work session for the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. As we know, today marks, is it 2005?
2001.
17th anniversary.
17th anniversary of 9/11, and so I would like to open our meeting just with memories and thoughts to the victims of, the families, the friends, the peers, the loved ones of those that were lost in 9/11, and to the first responders across the country for their response. And I would like us to take a moment of silence, so please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to just do a little public announcement. There will be a memorial at the fire station today at noon. The fire department is setting up for it now, and they're flying that beautiful big American flag from the what do they call the truck? The hook and ladder truck, and that was the flag they flew 4 years ago for my brother-in-law's memorial service. So it's a very special time over at the fire station today. So please, for the public who's hearing this today, this morning, please remember, and it'd be great to see everyone over at the fire station at noontime. So we are going to begin our meeting with the first item on our agenda, if I can see through. It is a policy direction regarding build-out, infrastructure capacity, and energy use climate action. So please.
Thank you, Patty. Today we are looking for board direction on several concepts for code amendments relating to both energy use and waste management. But before we get into the meat of the discussion, I wanted to give a brief chronology of how we got to where we are today. So a year ago or so, Cindy and I were trying to remember, CORE, the Community Office for Resource Efficiency, presented the results of the Pickens County Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory to you and to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the inventory identified buildings as the largest contributor to emissions in the county. While you agreed that you wanted to develop a strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, you wanted more data to be the basis and framework for your strategy. Since then, staff has taken what we know about potential residential build-out in the county based on current zoning and worked with local utilities. Cindy did a lot of work with local utilities and two consultants to generate data around energy use in the county. At the same time, we looked at build-out as it relates to county infrastructure capacity to develop more of a comprehensive understanding of the overall impacts of potential development and to determine if any change to county policy or codes is warranted. So 2 reports were generated and reviewed by you and the Planning and Zoning Commission in a joint work session in June. August Haas, who wanted to be here today but who is under the weather, so is not, reviewed and presented a statistically accurate sampling of homes to determine energy use over a spectrum of sizes ranging from 1,000 to 15,000 square feet. Gabe Preston reviewed potential build-out as it relates to county infrastructure capacity in the longer term and presented his findings regarding build-out impacts to the landfill and waste management and roads. So based on your direction at that work session in June, the Planning and Zoning Commission met twice, once in July and once in August, to develop recommendations for code and policy amendments based on the data presented to you both. Today, we are focusing on changes to the Energy Code Addendum and REMP, the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, and the landfill. The Planning and Zoning Commission is going to meet again next week to develop recommendations relating to roads and the land use code, and we will bring you those recommendations on October 16th. So our hope is to continue making progress to move forward with your direction and move into some code amendments and policy changes in the near future. With that, let's see, who do we have here? I think everybody knows, well, certainly Cindy Hubin and Brian Paul, our chief building official, and Mona Newton, who is here. She is the director of CORE. And then we have Jim Vishansi, who is one of our planning and zoning commissions, and Jeffrey Woodruff, commissioners, who is also a planning commissioner, just to be here to respond to any questions and really see how the discussion moves forward. So with that, I've put up on the screen the specific policy and code modifications that the Planning Commission and staff are recommending, and we've got 3 different sections to get through. The first section relates to the REMP, and that's the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program. The second section will relate to the Energy Code addendum, and then the third relates briefly to waste management. Oh, and Kathy Hall, our what is your official title?
Solid waste manager.
Solid waste manager, thank you, is also here to respond to questions and weigh in. So with that, Cindy, unless you want to add anything else, I'll ask you to go ahead and start to walk us through the proposed changes.
Great. No, I think you did a great job of the history and the summary. I'd like to, Patty, if possible, just really try to get through these concepts today and get some direction from the board. We have another meeting this afternoon on the energy code addendum with Brian. So a lot of this will be very familiar and prep us for that meeting this afternoon, just to give you a little heads up on that. I'm sure you've already figured that one out. But we have some pretty important points to go over. And if we could, what I'll do is I'll introduce kind of the concept, and Brian is our detail authority on all of this and how it works. But what we have before us is the P&Z recommendation on each one of these items, and as Ellen said, we walked through those with them, the P&Z, extensively. Brian, on the other hand, as the administrator of the Energy Code, has some options and alternatives that he may want to present to you relative to not the content, but the timing of implementation of some of these recommendations. Because as you see, when we start off just initially with the very first A under the REMP mitigation approach, adjusting the energy mitigation REMP program, Brian had gone through a lot of the data with you before, but the short and sweet of it is that after analyzing all of the math that we use to get to what REMP equates to, it turns out in today's dollars that REMP fee would actually double to give us 100% renewable energy associated with snowmelt. And we're talking snowmelt driveways. Kind of an overview of REMP, if you will, is that we're talking about the outside energy, snowmelt, spas, any pools, heat tape, things that are outside.
Is the heat tape based on square footage of roof surface, or how's the square footage applied to heat tape?
We multiplied it by, it's a wattage formula. It's $4.43 per watt, and we exempted 1,000 watts, which is roughly about 142 feet, just to get some basic life safety stuff or roof protection in there. But
And Greg, we're going to get very specific on heat tape in a second. So the first one is
Cindy,
really.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like, because if this board, would you like to go through all of these points and then do questions so you get through them? Because if we start off by having questions, we may not get through them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, which works
That
better
sounds
for
great.
you?
We could, alternatively, we could decide each section as we go along, do a thumbs up, thumbs down, or change.
I'm asking Cindy how they
No,
thought
that's fine. Any way you want to do it. If you'd like us to go quickly through, let's Patty, would it be better to just take it by section and we'll just go through REMP
Okay.
and then circle
Yep.
back so we
Okay.
don't get too
I
much?
just want to try and keep us on track because we have a lot to
Only
cover.
to the extent that they're not interrelated. I mean, if these things all come together as a package, I'd rather kind of hear the whole package before deciding individual pieces of the package to kind of see how they work together.
Good point.
It's all going to be interrelated, but I think that you don't necessarily have to give us your final decision or direction until maybe we're done with the entire package. Rachel, that might be the way to do it, kind of take a look at
That's
the
kind of what I'm
policy and
thinking makes
direction.
sense to me.
The overview.
Yeah, I think we should go through the first one, which is in green, number one, and let's go through that, explain it, and then we can circle back with our questions, so the board can just take notes as we go through.
Okay. So basically, with the first action item, we're looking at adjusting the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program fee to offset 100% of the use associated with snow melt. That 100% is then reflected by the P and Z support and recommendation that we go from a $34 per square foot to $68 per square foot offset for the energy for snow melt. Brian would like to talk a little bit about tiering that approach over the years, and we can get into that when we get into the discussion. The second action item is to increase rent fee associated with residential square footage above 5750 to address correlated increase in energy usage. At $1 per square foot is paid today, and what we're looking at is increasing the square footage, the amount per square foot on a tiered approach, but that we start and be consistent with the square footage of our growth management exemption at 5,750 square feet, just to keep it consistent. So in one way, this is a leniency in terms of the 750 square feet. We would be looking at not initiating this fee until 5,750 square feet instead of 5,000 square feet. But in fact, the fee would significantly increase because today there's a cost of $1 per square foot for homes over 5,000 square feet. And the real cost, if you will, is a maximum of $60 per square foot. And it's, what's being recommended is a revised rate structure with house size increments coinciding with TDR increments at this point. And all of that may be adjusted when we look at the land use as well. But right now, we're looking at 2,500 square feet, $45 per square foot for 5750, 200, $60 per square foot, and then above the same. So it's a jump in the cost per square foot. The item C.
Brian looks
I'm
like he
sorry.
has-
Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I think I can feel the confusion a little bit on these numbers, but I'll spend more time on this in the afternoon session to kind of explain the backgrounds behind that.
But yeah, if you feel like you need to clarify something,
Yeah.
go for it.
Well, the only thing is, we tiered it so that houses between above 5750 up to 8250 would be at the $45 rate, and then anything above 8250, which is the next TDR increase, is at 60. So anything
Right.
above 8250 is at 60.
I think it's pretty clear, and then when
Is
we're
that-
changing it from 5,000 to the standard 57.5 exempt, and then we're starting from there and moving up.
Yeah, that was a recommendation to have some consistency in that number.
It makes it actually less confusing.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
Okay.
No. So the next issue is really that of how much square footage of snow melt is allowed. Per the code today, we allow up to 6,000 square feet of snow melt for decks, patios, roofs, and driveways. P&Z reviewed this, and they do not support a reduction in that 6,000 square feet at this point. But P&Z does, it doesn't support the limitation relative to the pools or spa size. And staff continues to recommend limitations on pool and spa size to reduce rather than just offset energy consumption. Just a little note is that building permits for pool development associated with residences is currently on the rise, with roughly 1 in 5 households now requesting a pool. So then
Do they swim in them?
Pardon me? Can you swim?
Do they swim in them?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
They keep them heated year-round in case they want to.
Yeah.
I guess I'm wondering, is there a pool size we would consider okay or normal, or, you know, maybe larger than normal suburbia, but not too large? I mean, I guess it seems too vague to me to just say limit pool size, not limit pool size. So, you know, if people were putting in an Olympic-sized swimming pool in their backyard, you know, you'd have to say that's getting excessive. But, you know, so it's hard for me to know where, quote, a cutoff is, or perhaps a fee for a larger pool makes more sense than just a limit on pool sizes. But I'd like to look at that. And then I have to say I am a little confused even by A and B in the terms that, are these additive fees? You know, the second one says that a maximum of $60, you know, for the feet over, and then the previous one is bringing the snow melt fee up to 68 a square foot. So I just was wondering, how do these fees all fit together, or does the maximum of no more than 60 a foot then kind of overrule the snow melt?
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I should have explained that. There are 2 separate fees.
Okay.
There's the fee for the use of the snow melt,
Okay.
and then a separate fee is attached to homes greater today than 5,000 square feet
Okay.
on a per square foot basis.
Sure. Okay.
So they're separate and additive.
57.
To-
Five.
The recommendation is to go to the
Yes.
57.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure. And then D, the required REMP offset for electric heat tape, Greg. P&Z supports charging a REMP fee to offset the electric heat tape. And it also supports exempting a certain amount of wattage, basically for the safety factor, right above doorways where, in fact, some drainage might occur and slip where someone may have a safety issue. And staff recommends charging a fee of the $4.34 per watt, and exempting 1,050 watts. And we can get into the details about that being 150 linear feet of heat tape.
And heat tape applies to all snow melt, rooftop snow melt systems like the hot edge and other
Right.
things, you know.
All
Yeah.
those would fall into the same category.
Right.
Yeah.
So then the last policy, well, no, there's 2 more in this section, which is to consider the following addition to the REMP. So we have a list of various items for energy consumption and improving energy efficiency. And we talked about charging a REMP fee for or limiting the excessive energy use for winter construction job heating. So basically, right now, if a job gets started in the winter, you often see just
Tents.
tents full of heaters and heating, basement area digs so as not to have to dig out the snow every day, or keeping the job site warm so that the construction can continue. And that's really just this loss of energy during the winter months. And in days past, people did not build in the winter because of that concern. Today, people are building more and more in the winter or during the winter months. So we looked at that, and the Planning and Zoning Commission said, why don't you explore that fee? We're not ready to say we want to go there, but why don't you just explore that? And then requiring on-site REMP solar offset review by Core to encourage additional efficiency at install. And the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed with that. basically the core board has had several discussions about the fact that we have this resource and a technical resource to help people through their design look at more energy efficient design in the very beginning. So we thought if someone really does need to offset their energy usage, then we should have them consult with CORE about that. In many cases, people just build to the standard. Okay, I need X amount of offset. I'm going to put up 5 panels on my house to offset. Whereas if you put up 6 or 7, the offset might be so exponential. It would be wonderful for the household, and maybe not cost as much as someone might think. So having that kind of referral is something that we think is important for people to look at if in fact they're trying to offset on-site. Require annual on-site mitigation system testing and inspection to demonstrate functionality of the full offset period. Right now, we do not inspect the on-site offset of the energy. So we wanted to make sure some people may install and then say, it's not working quite right, and they unplug it and just never get back to it. So we wanted to make sure that we have a little bit tighter efficiency with when we do allow energy offsets.
And you're talking an annual review, or is there any talk about biannual, or that seems like a lot on an annual basis, but we can, that's just
We
a
can talk
question I
about
have,
the
yeah.
details of that
Yeah.
and how that might work. And then allow off-site mitigation with a contract that CORE is a party to and can legally require maintenance for the full offset period. And P&Z would like to look at that as a possibility. So those are things that we think tighten up our program a little bit so that we're not just saying, hey, it has to happen, but then not following up and really checking out whether or not the energy mitigation is truly there. So the last item in this section deals with encouraging on-site renewable energy systems over off-site mitigation solutions for charging more REMP fees for off-site mitigation and less for on-site mitigation. So P&Z supports it, but is unsure if reducing REMP fee is the right incentive. So those are several items that are all part of the REMP program itself. Would you guys like to discuss those in more detail before we go into the other ones, Patty?
Yeah, George, and then I'll follow down. I'm just,
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple of just general comments. It seems like we're relying too heavily on REMP to address energy consumption, energy use, greenhouse gas emissions. And as in our packet, combination from Mona's editorial and Paul Anderson's, it's not an impediment to our wealthy second homeowners to just pay a REMP fee and bypass or not consider the impacts they have. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think we need to look at the REMP fees, but we need to find a better way to address this issue, because it really is not punitive for multi-million-dollar homes and the homeowners. It's a drop in the bucket. And I'm not sure what that answer is. I think, one idea that's in here, and Mona and I have talked about, is when an initial application comes into ComDev, that as you're looking through the checklist, that CORE is part of that checklist, and the architects, the builders, the homeowners have to at least consult with CORE and try to ensure that they are doing everything they possibly can to address and limit their energy use. Maybe, I don't know, was it 6 months ago or so, a year ago, many of us went to a seminar down in Carbondale with a renowned architect. I can't remember his name. But he talked about the how very little one gains in terms of glazing and going above the International Building Code. It's minuscule in terms of the energy use. Once you've already addressed the energy code, and of course our code even goes above the 2015 Building Energy Code. So again, I'm not sure what that answer is, but I know that later on we'll have this discussion, but frankly, I think the elephant in the room is the size of the room. The room is so large you can't even see the elephant. And so when we know that 70% of our gas emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, comes from the building environment, but we're still allowing these huge homes to be built, I think that's something we need to look at. We could certainly reduce the energy consumption without having to go too far into raising rent fees by limiting the size of the homes by right and maximum. You cut that in half, and you cut down your energy consumption by a tremendous amount. So as we talk about all these different options, I think we need to consider these ideas.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
One thing we're trying to do in the matrix portion that we'll talk about this afternoon, and that's some of the addendum portion to the energy code itself, is that we're focusing on those larger houses. And we hope that the money gained from the rent program and from the performance mandates on the larger houses, we can take that rent money that's available from the larger houses and now a way to incentivize the smaller homes. That's why I haven't addressed really in the matrix the small house, because we're focusing on these large houses that are being built, and it's hard to say you're not going to build these. So we are taking advantage of the situation that they're being built, and we're collecting some fees from those, and we hope to turn those fees into ways to improve our existing inventory, when we do remodels, just making sure that people have a way to maybe get a supplement from CORE, or a way that we can use those monies in a better way to do assessments and to do the audits that we want to do on the remodel inventory. So that way we're doing things twofold. We're addressing the bigger houses in a way that we can, but we're addressing the smaller houses by bringing them up to grade and up to current code and making improvements in those areas. So that was the approach taken here. I mean, it's not the perfect answer maybe, but it's the answer that was.
Right. I mean, that was the initial concept of rent to begin with, and it's been successful. So rent fees that are collected by people who are not mitigating on-site or off-site, if on-site is not possible, those goes into a plethora of programs that CORE offers, and we know about that. So again, I think just looking at rent by itself is not going to address the larger issue.
And if I could have a second on that, I think we know the elephant in the room, and I think that last July you had a much more comprehensive packet brought to you. So it's worth stepping back a little bit, and I should have maybe done that in the very beginning today. But what you're doing now is you're like looking at one toe at a time. Mm-hmm. We're looking at all the tools we have in our toolbox, and REMP is one of our tools, along with the energy addendum that we'll be hopefully addressing this afternoon, the energy code addendum, which is even a tighter energy efficiency look at our 2015 energy conservation code in Pickens County. So we hope to be able to get those tools all shored up and as efficient as we can make them. In addition to that, we have probably, 40 land use items to bring to you that the P&Z still needs to review and make recommendations on. And that's what we hope to bring back to you on October 16th, of which none of this precludes any of that from happening. We will look at house size as some of that equation, as well as several other land use tools in the toolbox. But if you want to step back even further, we tried on the first page to reiterate it a little bit, but when we're looking at infrastructure, when we're looking at all of our goals in general, especially when we look at our greenhouse gas emissions inventory and our overall climate action initiatives, we have to look at it in the context of, okay, how are we doing? Are we just going to build our way out based on our existing zoning? Are we just going to keep adding? Or are we going to mitigate for some of this impact relative to energy in this case, or other issues like landfill or road impacts? Or are we going to set some limitations on that, and actually those articles that were attached really speak more to conservation rather than mitigate or limit? So that's another whole approach. And then, of course, there's the combination approach. And so I think what you're seeing today is that we're just biting off in that toolbox what existing tools we have. What did you say?
One toe at a time.
One toe at a time of that big elephant in the room. And we're trying to pull it together and say, okay, now how does this look as far as our overall energy portfolio, if you will? And yes, we can always get better. And today we could say, yep, we're going to say this is the way it is. Or we can look at all these alternatives and then make some decisions and see if it's enough to meet our goals with our greenhouse gas emissions.
I think Greg was next, but real quick before you, in George's issue with house size and the discussion about having CORE come in at the beginning of an application, I remember at some point we talked about siting of the house on the property.
Yes.
And I think that's a key thing that
That's
needs to
coming
be
back.
brought in, yeah. Because that's a great way to not have to mitigate because you're using the natural ability of the property.
That is in the mix that you will be seeing.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Greg, and then
Yep,
Rachel.
I just wanted to thank George for bringing that up. I think it's important, and I'm glad that it's front and center. And I think that maybe at some point our community can express to anybody who wants to come that we're going to go for smaller homes. This should be our ambition. Is let's look at the things we value most and try to limit the great cost of the larger homes. Maybe we can find people who really are enthusiastic and encouraged about limiting the egregious home size. My first question really was just regarding the pools. I was still thinking about the swimming pools. Sure. I'm wondering, are there any swimming pool insulation technologies that, other than putting it inside the house, I guess, that could somehow mitigate for the actual waste of energy from an outside swimming pool? And should that be considered in this?
It actually, I missed it in the adoption that's before you, but I added it in the version that'll come out first reading, that we are going back to requiring the minimum R12, which used to be in the energy code. It was taken out when the 15 came out from the 9. So we'll be going back to that R12. And there's a way to do that, because the surface area is really where the heat loss is in a pool. And that's why the Olympic-sized pool becomes an issue in our climate, is because it's the surface area evaporating into the air. So going back to at least the minimum R12 in this adoption will at least go back to putting in some kind of energy limitations on that. The size limitation discussion is a hard one. That's why I haven't really explored that. It was kind of the P&Z's idea, and to kind of step back for that for now, because it is hard to determine what is that proper size. But we have had a request for an Olympic-sized pool. We've had a request for someone to heat their pond outdoors. So there's some interesting things going on with what people want to do with exterior energy. So I think we have to be ready to make those answers. And when you get into the oblong and the strange kidney-shaped pools and all that, getting that cover to fit right and to actually make a difference is difficult. So there's a lot of challenges to pools, for sure.
Right. I think I really like hearing about the inspection and revisitation of these things. As Cindy said, if all these technical devices tend to fail, and if you put in a solar system and it fails after the first 6 months or the first year and you never revisit it, then it hasn't solved any problem. So I'm enthusiastic about hearing more about this, and I'm nervous about making onerous rules, but in this case, maybe we need to be bold.
Rachel?
Yeah. Well, I want to thank P&Z members for their work kind of sorting through this and listening to difficult changes, and as we're kind of doing the same thing. On the policy and code modification action E area, I'm wondering if Annual inspections might be too much, I hate to say that, but whether biannual might make a little more difference, or every 2 years. I'm just thinking about other things that happen and how quickly a year goes by. I just don't know. I'm putting it out there for thought, but
Yeah, me too.
you'd have to come to a
Tony, if
microphone.
you have to come up and get up on a mic and make sure that
Okay,
Just
Make sure that
hit the button.
the red light should be on.
Have a seat.
okay,
It's off now.
You want it on.
okay.
Hi. Excuse me. I'd just like to address this point that's been suggested. I don't think we need an annual actual inspection because, as Greg knows, you have a PV system on your house. The newer technology with inverters, they report directly to you, to your smartphone, to your computer. And so all we would need is a printout, for example, an email. Here's a printout, or here's a screenshot of a login, and I don't think it needs to be annually for the PV or the solar thermal because they are guaranteed to operate. The panels are warranted for 20 years, the inverters are warranted for 20 years or 10 years, and then you can buy another 10 years. So I think that it annually might be a bit much. But I think there's some middle ground there. As I said, when you get a PV system in, you can log in, and we log in to look at systems. Like we just hooked up the eGauge system at the Public Works building, and Marty just showed me just the other day, like, okay, here's how it's operating. This is how much solar energy is being generated.
Great.
So I think there's some middle ground.
Okay, well, thank you for that explanation, and, this looks like that might need a little work. I can actually see using terms like confirmation and/or inspection that the system's still using. So there might be a way to confirm the viability and that the systems are working. The second thing I was thinking about in that section is similar to our on-site wastewater treatment facility where there is a required inspection upon resale. And so when someone's going to sell the property, it would be looked at to see if it's continuing to run. So those were my first two comments. The other, I guess I'd like to kind of comment to what George had brought up, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It is something we all struggle with. And I accept your explanation that there has to be a lot of integration with the land use code and integration with the energy code. These things all mesh together. But I do know over the course of 11 and a half years, we continue to talk about how TDRs are used and how much TDR should be worth and what size someone should be able to get, and it just hasn't come to a boil yet enough to really reach our desk. But there are those questions that come forward, and maybe you just get hard line and say homes over a certain size, I don't know, 7,500 or 8,000, whatever, have to be net zero, have to be energy producers. And, it'd be a different way to try to get to the same thing without limiting what Michael Owsley used to always call the transactional marketplace. That is TDRs, and that is our energy code, and is property development. But I certainly can see adding something much more significant as you tier up, as you ramp up. And so, if someone can afford and feels their needs are only satisfied in one of the spots that still allows a larger home through the purchase of TDRs, again, after a certain point, that home needs to be net zero or an actual energy producer. And I think that might be a way to either discourage such large homes or that they fairly pay their fair share.
Yeah.
I think that's where action B kind of comes in play here.
Yeah.
Is starting to go after that interior energy consumption. That's the first time the rent program's ever addressed interior, other than the $1 per square foot that we used to charge, which was negligible. There was no value really, and it was just a number that we put on there. So the $60 is going after the additional 73 kBTUs per hour per year that those houses are using in those size ranges. And that's where that study comes into play and all that background that was done with Holy Cross and Black Hills Homes, so Blue Cross. But I think that's heading towards that, making those homes be better performers than they already are. at least addressing that. We could definitely take these numbers now and tweak these ideas, because now that we've gone back and look behind the curtain of REMP and understand where the numbers are coming from and how they relate to today's numbers, and that was the whole background that we did 2 years ago when I first brought this forward, was looking at the REMP math. And if we stayed at the $34 that it's at currently, you're not offsetting 100% of that uses over the 20-year lifespan of that system, the way that it was originally designed to be. And that's where the 68 comes from, is now looking at that and what would it take to do 100% offset. So a lot of these ideas and concepts behind what we've done here are addressing some of those very specific things.
And maybe I should be a little more elaborate. I think there might be a point at which it's not just offset. Maybe once you're into one of those larger homes, again, it's more about the home itself being net zero or something, as opposed to offset. Maybe it's a combo of both. But we just need to keep working on that.
No, Rachel, that's a great point, and we did start there with the bigger picture, and I think it's definitely a discussion that we would love the board to have. If you're looking at this and what's before you as merely the mitigation and merely that type of an approach, and you feel that there are other limitations.
There's not really a net gain.
Right. If there's other limitations that you would like to see woven in with this approach, please let us know. And also, just to let you know that what we're bringing before you are refined concepts, but if there's anything like the annual review or something like that, or the exact amount, those are all things that we can bring back to you, and those will be looked at when we make revisions at a public hearing and during that time frame. So there's a lot more to be vetted here, but we just wanted to make sure that we're on the right track, that you know what the Planning and Zoning Commission's thinking about, and that on a concept level, these are the things you want to entertain. But Rachel, that's another concept that I think we're all, ready to have that conversation as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve, please.
So I have a lot of questions or suggestions, but first of all, looking at the big issue that George brought up, I see the increase in the fees that this would be charging. For some people, that would be an incentive either to build a smaller house. So maybe they're going to go a little bit below 8250 so they don't have to pay so much. Or it would be an incentive for them to actually mitigate on site. And so that would be accomplishing a big part of what we're trying to do. I also see that we could be collecting a lot more money than we are now for REMP. And in light of the recent publicity that REMP really has too much money and doesn't know what to do with it, that was brought up by the city council, if we do collect a substantial amount of more money, I just want to make sure that we have the places, good projects, good places to use that money to actually offset the energy use in these big houses or the wasteful practices.
To that point, I think George and I, both sitting on the core board, could say there's plenty to do out there. We have certain requirements right now about keeping certain funds in the coffers and moving forward on an annual budget that you'll see tomorrow with the second reading of the core operations funds for the year. But I think that there are so many projects out there that could help offset. I have no doubt that money can be used.
I was going to say, when I saw that in the paper, I had to go, just because these guys are being prudent and not wanting to bring the balance down to zero every year, doesn't mean we couldn't find 3 projects in a heartbeat that would deplete that fund.
So I don't know, do we want to go through
Yeah, Steve, you've got the floor, so let's
more
keep
of
going.
the nitty-gritty? Okay, the A on the first page, the increase from 34 to 68 per square foot for the snow melt. Does that just offset the cost of the individual residential unit? Or does that include an average of all of the snow melt, which would include the public the public ones under GREMP. So some of those are not being offset, they're exempt from the energy use.
What that number is based on is the annual requirement to offset on-site that system and to pay for the cost of installing that system and operating it for 20 years. So that's where the $34 originally came from, and it was based on a cost of creating that energy on-site at 7 cents was the old REMP formula. Now it's about 14.5 cents to get to the same offset. And that takes into consideration the cost of the panels themselves, purchasing them, installing them, and maintaining them and running them for that 20-year lifespan. So that's where that number comes from. So it doesn't offset anything other than that one system that's being installed and how much is required to melt the snow for that driveway. So if it's a 6,000 square foot driveway, that's the dollar value to generate that much energy that's being consumed and run that system for 20 years.
Okay.
So that's the math.
Well, I guess my concern is I want to make sure that the people are offsetting what their impact is. If we're charging more in order to pay for other things that are exempt that they're not directly responsible for, that's what I would be concerned about.
And that's not the case. It's really
Okay.
just based on how much it takes to melt the snow on their driveway.
So I want to tag onto that. And then where does it come in when they're melting their upper balconies and they're melting their patios and their walkways to their pools and the walkways around their gardens? And
It's all in the snow melt
it's
section.
all in the snow melt. And do we have any exemptions for some issues that might be public safety? So it might be in the best interest of the safety of the residents or people, coming and going from that house, that some section has snow melt.
There's not an exemption in our code currently. The city has a small allotment for like a garage apron or certain areas where
Yeah.
things are prone to freeze up.
Just for the heat tape.
Okay, I know, just heat tape over doorways and et cetera, but I don't know if that's something we can get more information on, if there's any example that might be something we should be looking at, because we don't want to subject any of these homes. And the same thing goes with the heat tape, because, we've had deaths from people with snow falling off roofs in like an avalanche condition, and we've, it was, I don't know how many years ago, we had a local lady who died and walking her down her sidewalk of her house when the snow slid off the roof. So I think we need to be looking at public safety when we're looking at this. Steve, you can continue. Greg, did you?
Unless he wants to tag on
I
to
just thought the
that.
tag was that it's a slippery slope. Pardon the pun. But,
Yeah, you were planning
all of a
that.
sudden, every outdoor heated space will be a safety issue,
Yeah.
is what my concern is.
That's why we need to look at it with some rationality, because, but they may do that with heat tape too, so, but there are some issues that we don't want to forego because we think they're overreacting, and we would like to avoid having people buried in an avalanche from their roof.
One thing we'd also like to do is kind of force proper design for the mountain
say that.
environment. And I think the P&Z members here could more eloquently speak to that, but that was part of the discussion that we had at P&Z. So this coupled with some of the land use motions that we'll bring forward to you, or potential actions we'll bring forward to you, we'll try to do that.
Yeah, because there's a house, for example, in the West End, it's in the city, with a beautiful new slate roof, and they did some Swiss snow bars on that, and which makes sense, so they don't have to use snow melt, and it'll trap the snow so I think those are design issues that people need to be thinking about. Okay, Steve, thank you.
Okay, there are several things where there are discrepancies between the numbers on this presentation and the one this afternoon. So I'll just point them out, and I'm sure you've thought about them, and we just need to, I think, both this afternoon's and this presentation need to use the same numbers for these, whichever way you go. But one would be the $60 per square foot versus $60.60 per square foot. $45 versus $45.45 per square foot. And maybe you just rounded it off on this. On the heat tape, there's two figures. One is $4.34 per watt, and then there's $4.43 per watt in the other presentation, in the afternoon one. And so it looks like the two numbers were transposed,
Transposed.
but which one are we going to use?
Yeah, let's keep moving, because we have about a half an hour. And
Then
we-
there's the 1,000-watt exemption or the 1,050-watt exemption.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm just pointing those out. Those need to be decided one way or the other. It talks about the removal of.
We haven't gotten to that section
Oh, that's
yet.
on the next section. That's on the next part. Okay, I'll go on to the next part here. And just a question, it talks about full offset period. And what would be the definition of full
That's under
offset
E.
period? That's under E on the action, of the,
Right, and that was the 20 years that we were speaking of.
It's a 20-year equation
The
for the life
10-year.
of the system.
okay. So now, just questioning that, if people are putting all this money in, they have a system that runs for 10 years, and then it quits working, and they're no longer offsetting their thing, would they have to pay, at some point, do they have to pay the rent fee again, or are they just off the hook at that point?
And I addressed that in the grandfathering section that used to be in the code, that we used to give credit to the systems that were installed in the 90s without even ever paying an original rent fee. And if you notice in the ordinance, I backed that out, took out the grandfathering, and then we can prorate on that 20-year lifespan. So if a system's been there for 10 of those years and it's still up and operational and functioning and proven functioning, then they get that 10-year credit applied to their new install. But now, if there's 20 years old and the system's been sitting dormant for 15 of those 20 years, and there's no record that it was tested and proven and functioning, then they wouldn't
Getting
get the full
credit.
credit on that.
But-
And that's kind of how I'm trying to address that.
I'm just trying to understand that a little more. I mean, someone already owns the home, unless they're remodeling or coming in for something, there's no real way to say you owe new rent fees. So it's only upon a remodel or something like that, that an older system gets looked at and potentially upgraded.
Right, it would just be if they had to replace the driveway, really.
Okay.
It would just be if they come in and say, I want to replace my driveway, it's got snow melt in it currently.
Okay,
Then we would want to see evidence that it was permitted, that there's proof that it was functioning.
okay, thanks for the clarification.
And I just have one more thing it talks about.
not in that
Oh, no,
section.
that's the next section. Okay, I keep wanting to jump to that.
We'd like to jump to that. Can we jump
Block
to that?
that out.
Let's jump.
Is it okay if we move to the next section? We have two more sections. I'm just trying to make sure we get
So
this.
to clarify, I guess, you guys, are you supportive of the actions with the caveats and discussion that we've had so far?
I think we should move it, is to move it along with some of the comments you had today. Like you said, there will be a lot more discussion, but we need to have points where we can move forward.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Now the energy code aspect, and I think, Brian, if you want to take the lead on these issues because they're more technically oriented, these A and B, for number 2 under the
Okay,
energy code.
sure, absolutely. So this goes into, if you remember back June of 2016, when I first started bringing what I called the matrix forward to the board, and we were discussing certain elements of additional requirements or additional mitigation on the houses above 5,000. And we've standardized that to the 5750. But the items here specifically that we were talking to the P&Z about that are part of that matrix were whether or not they agreed with the concept of removing the current 2015 Energy Code exemption for remodels and additions to existing homes. So this is a way of addressing the existing inventory. Currently, under the 2015 code, they could pull out the insulation in a wall, take off the drywall, and be working on their house, and could basically put back whatever was there, whether it was old newspapers or R13 or R15 or whatever, they could put it back in the wall. So now we're taking away that exemption and putting stricter requirements so that they have to at least meet current code or whatever's feasible in that wall to bring that up to a more current standard. So one of those discussions at that seminar we all went to and very common in the energy world is the fact that the existing inventory isn't really addressed very well. And so this was a step towards addressing existing inventory.
So there'd be a trigger point. I come in for an application to remodel this part of my house. I don't have to do my whole house bring it up to code. I just have to do the section that I'm impacting with my remodel.
Correct.
Like
But
the
there-
same way we try to do with sprinkler systems or.
And if we did a core home assessment or an energy audit on that home, and they're replacing the siding per se, we could go ahead and have them do that house wrap with that continuous exterior insulation and have a huge energy
we talked- I
gain
remember talking
in a situation like that. So I think that's one way we can use some of those core funds and use some of those opportunities to
And
kind of
incentivize the
too.
homeowner to do more than they would necessarily be required to do.
Correct. And then the second one, once again, these are some additional mandates that come into play once you exceed the 5750, the 5,000 still left in this. My ordinance that we do this afternoon is more accurate than this. These were some conceptual moves towards this, but the ordinance really, those numbers will be a little bit more concrete if you wanted to kind of lean towards one over the other. But when you exceed that 5,000 square feet, that's when the continuous exterior energy insulation comes into play. If you exceed that 15% glazing throughout your home, that's where additional U-value requirements come into play. So it's kind of those tiers and those thresholds, and that was what we take to the P&Z to see if they agreed with that conceptually. So that's where A and B come from. Does that
Okay.
clear that?
Does anybody, Steve, you can go to that section now.
Yeah, I'm on the right section here. Just a thought. I would love to see houses under the 5,000 square feet or 5,750 square feet be required to do the continuous exterior insulation also. And maybe something like the Basalt Vista project where they're going to be net zero, probably by using that technique on
Most likely.
smaller units. And that would be great for people who are building a smaller unit in terms of saving on their energy costs forever. And just a thought on how that could possibly be paid for would be to have their projects for a smaller house actually be subsidized by the REMP fund from the bigger houses. Help pay for continuous insulation or extra energy saving features on smaller houses that people are building a more modest house and they probably aren't as well-to-do and they can't afford the bigger house, and this would be a way if we could subsidize that somehow. Have the smaller houses also be really to the best state-of-the-art kind of construction.
That's exactly the goal that we're shooting for, is mandates in the larger houses and incentivize in the
So
smaller
when I
houses.
say the key word is incentivize, not subsidize. We want to incentivize people building, we want to incentivize people to build smaller homes to begin with, and we need to find a way to assist them in doing so,
Exactly.
or incentivize them.
Exactly.
Okay.
Is there any discussion?
Any more, Steve? Did you have more?
No, that's what I had on there.
I just had a quick one on the incentivizing smaller homes and smarter homes. And I know you've done a lot of thinking on, what do we do with the homes that are empty 50 weeks out of the year? The technology should be there to be able to monitor. The home itself should know if somebody's in it.
Other communities may not see. There are temperature-controlled rooms for art and wine and all kinds of
Cigars.
things. But we definitely want to look at that, and I think we can get better and better at that. So, definitely.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So on the landfill, page 5, number 3. I invite Kathy to jump in at any time, but the Planning and Zoning Commission had quite the discussion and basically agree with the concept that we ought to be diverting, our construction and deconstruction waste initially, if we can, to divert what we can that can get reused and have a standard. And 50% may not be the number, but a minimum of a certain percentage of waste for our deconstruction materials. that get taken to the landfill. So that is a whole program in itself that we want to look at, incentivizing construction and demolition waste streams, developing achievable standards for that, considering a tiered approach over the years on how to do that, not just say, okay, 2019, when you've got to have 50%, of your waste stream go somewhere else and not be waste at the landfill, be reused or recycled, and ensure that landfill is able to deal with these wastes appropriately. We don't want to get into a situation where we're requiring something, but then the landfill isn't quite ready to deal with whatever it is coming their way. So we've had discussions with Kathy, and I think that these are pretty clear directives for us to work on. Wondering if the board feels the same.
The only comment I have on that is the sooner the better. Because of the issues that we're seeing in today with, just walk through the west end of town, and there's a demolition almost every single block. And I just noticed that because I've been walking more through the west end, and it's significant, and we know where that demolition waste is going, and it's not where we want it to go. And so I think we need to be ahead of that as best we can. So, and I think we're already working in that direction. I just want to encourage us to keep working. Rachel and then Greg.
Yeah, and I realize you guys have just given us the conceptual framework and not all the details in this, but it did strike me that I'm not sure how we are defining the deconstruction waste. Is it by volume or is it by weight? How do you tell if somebody has done what percentage of, quote, the deconstruction? And it strikes me that a lot of really very valuable and usable things, maybe copper piping and things like this, or sink or stoves, who knows what, those would have a lot of weight. The wood wouldn't, but it would have a lot of volume. What of the deconstructed materials are we able to compost and use up that way versus really need to be resold or reused? So just more definition in those areas and take a look at it. I do agree with the concept of ramping up so that both the landfill and the people in the trades have a better sense of how to go about managing it. It may mean differences to the construction management plans that are issued. You may need a separate load on for wood. You may need a separate load on for your concrete materials. So it may add to the size of deconstruction sites, but we need to see how that integrates together. Thank you.
Good points. Greg?
I was just looking at the language, and I think you certainly have it right, but I want to understand it better. Demolition versus deconstruction. Deconstruction is one option in demolition, I assume. And I'd love to see the definitions specified so we understand deconstruction is really the ambitious goal. Demolition is the necessary thing that happens when we simply can't deconstruct, I guess. The wrecking ball, while deconstruction might just be a better way to go, but certainly more expensive than the wrecking ball. So, but it'd be nice to explore the definitions and explanations of why we want one over the other, when possible.
Okay, Steve, please.
The third option that's not even listed here is to reuse the existing buildings, which we've just shown people that it can be done by not tearing down our plaza building, and somehow incentivize people to reconsider demolishing and just do a major remodel and somehow incentivize them to do that rather than tear it clear down. And I keep thinking of Richard Goodwin's house in Snowmass Village that he made. I think he was making it into a net positive house, actually, just by remodeling, just to show what's possible, what can be done. So that maybe isn't in the landfill part, it might be in the earlier part, but I think if we could put some thought into that and see if there's anything we could come up with to really encourage and incentivize people to not tear that building down in the first place.
I think this statistic for, going back to the West End issue and see if that's a really good idea, is the houses are about 20 to 25 years old that are being demolished and rebuilt because they're quote-unquote too old. So, yeah, and the other ones are caught by historic preservation, so there's that gap in there. But, George, did you have any comments here?
At the end, I'll make some, I could just wait.
We are at the end.
We're at the end?
So if you want to wait longer, you will.
Always nice, huh?
Yeah.
Wait till tomorrow. No, my question or my comment is, even when we go back to our early discussion on REMP, of course, that program is a joint program between the city and the county, so we would then have to get, hopefully, agreement, coordination with the city, because there's no, otherwise, we could not utilize any of these ideas. You can't segregate between the city and, well, you could segregate between the city and the county rent, but it just would not be very effective. So,
We already have slight variations. As I think someone brought up, the city does have a certain square footage that they allow to be exempt for snow melt for safety purposes. County doesn't do that. There are variations in the
They don't do
program,
house
and I
size.
think we, given the way that REMP is structured, we may have differences, and to a certain extent, that may be appropriate given the lot size in the city versus the sizes in the county, the driveway issues versus driveway issues in the city. So while we'd like to stay consistent in some ways, there may be reasons to vary in particular circumstances.
yeah, because what I find interesting is I think today or tomorrow, the city is taking one of their action items, specifically looking how they can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and of course, relates back to building codes and REMP. So the closer we can coordinate with them and educate them in terms of what we're doing, because some of them don't really understand what we're doing, probably vice versa. And then if you go to the town of Snowmass Village as well, even though they have a different type of program, how do we bring them into the fold? There's a lot that's being annexed into the town of Snowmass Village from the unincorporated Pickens counties because that owner wants to build a larger home that would not be allowed in the county. And so that's the prime reason that this parcel is being annexed into the town of Snowmass. So this owner can build a larger house than we would even allow, if that's believable. So anyway, the best, and I know Mona and her staff and Core is working closely with our other jurisdictions, our municipalities, and the Climate Action Plan. So the better we can coordinate all these ideas and to address this larger issue in terms of climate change, I think the better off we're going to be.
Patty,
Yeah, Rachel, go
just to
ahead.
tag on to that, I agree with pursuing as much coordinating as possible, but on the demolition issue, it may have to come down to landfill rules as opposed to
Right.
the REMP code, that construction debris from homes or reconstruction is not taken at the landfill unless they've submitted a deconstruction plan and show the amount that has been deconstructed and reused.
We would have to do that.
I think
That's why we
why we
separated it
put it
out,
there,
because
yeah.
it's
Right.
definitely not a REMP issue.
Yeah, but it is going to have to be a landfill issue.
Absolutely.
We're looking at Kathy back there. She's going, oh, yeah. Okay, bring it on. Are there any other questions or suggestions? This was actually very understandable, so we appreciate that.
Oh, that's big.
So we'll wait for the next part to totally confuse us. Yeah. And then Kathy, you're staying for the day with us, I guess, too? Okay, great. Because we're going to have a discussion about landfill also.
And speaking of the landfill, just real quickly, we didn't cover B, which basically is to start an online program to coordinate use of dirt in a swap fashion. I don't think it's very objectionable to anybody, just so that we take less dirt to the landfill and hopefully use the dirt for various projects throughout the valley.
This was dirt and material.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have to be careful because Rachel expressed a concern down by Cerise Ranch where they're bringing in dirt from all over, God only knows where, and creating this massive berm.
Mud walls in Garfield County.
But it's in Garfield County, but it happened at the Maroon Creek Golf Course when they were first doing their landscaping, and people were seeing that they were driving in through a pseudo tunnel.
Burma shade.
So we have, yeah, I think it's great to divert materials from the landfill, but we really need to be careful to what we're
Yeah.
creating outside of the landfill.
I think that's right, Patty. And I think we do have codes now related to how much people can burn or where. I was interested in this as well. I think it's a good idea, but I also want to kind of check in on, quote, liability. You know, if someone gets dirt off of our site and then it's all full of thistle seed, you know, or something. I mean, it just, how do you do it so that it really works the way it's supposed to as an exchange and balancing of, you know, those materials. I think you also can get to a point where you get down far enough, it's not really soil anymore. It might be what people call fill or something, but it's not really growable, you know, soils. So we have to be realistic about where we can get that and what we can do with that.
And Patty, I'm just so appreciative of the members of the public that showed up today. I don't know if you have time to.
Well, yeah, but you were trying to save us a little time so we can get over them to the fire station. But do the members of P&Z, if you have any comments
on
you'd
up to
like
the
to
mic.
add, you need to come up to the mic, and that would be great. But again, and I don't mean to cut us short, but I know that members of the
Yeah.
board want to. So you need to just be on mic. And please give your name for the public record.
Hi, I'm Jim Vishansi, Vice Chairman of P&Z, and I just want to respond really quickly to Rachel's comment about the soil. What's down low is actually more valuable
Really?
than the topsoil. We struggle with projects getting what's called structural backfill. The topsoil is only a very
Yeah, it doesn't compact and.
it's a very thin layer, and I'm working on projects right now where we're talking amongst ourselves on different projects, trying to move dirt from one project to another rather than taking it to the dump. So what's down below is structural fill, and we need a whole lot more structural fill on projects than we do topsoil.
Okay, good.
And
Thanks
it's
for
the landfill. We don't call it the dump.
Oh, sorry.
Do we still have the margarita fund at the landfill?
Affectionately, we call it affectionally, we'll let it slip.
A dollar a use of the word dump. I mean, it used to
Okay,
be out there. I don't know what happened to it.
landfill. I just wanted to make that quick
Teasing.
comment.
Yeah.
Kathy and Margaret.
Thank you. And
Thank
thanks
you.
for coming today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate your work.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hi.
Hi, Jeffrey Woodruff, conscious of time, planning and zoning. Two comments. One, I share George's initial comment and reaction to the initiatives that I think holistically we're looking at how do we decarbonize and reduce our overall greenhouse gas emissions. I don't know if what we presented today leaves you with that sentiment. So I think we're still taxing, but not necessarily decarbonizing. And I think, you know, when you look at it overall with CORE, the goal is to decarbonize. I don't know if we've decarbonized existing stock or new in that. And the second one is back towards Rachel's point. Diversion's a huge issue, diversion from landfill, both in terms of volume. You know, if you look at geofoam, we could fill this building with geofoam, right? It's what's sitting underneath Base Village right now, and landfill won't take it. So we need to find a dump. Or we need to find.
There you go.
No, we need.
I know what you're saying.
We need proper outlets for diversion, whether it's gypsum or geofoam. Identifying the building materials, we need places for those to financially, you know, viably take that material. Because right now we can target 50% diversion, but you know, outside of wood and concrete and metal, where do you go with the rest of those? Again,
Right.
we can fill this building with geofoam all day long.
We're looking at that as part of the landfill issues. Yeah.
I mean,
What
just
do we do?
Make it financially
We
viable.
can't, since we can't take gypsum to gypsum.
Right.
So, yeah,
Can they recycle it
Yeah.
over there?
they won't
your
recycle
time.
it. It has to be perfectly clean. Yeah, real quick, and then we're gonna, but thank, we really
Jeffrey.
do appreciate you guys taking the time to come today.
Hi,
And the time you
Jim.
put in on P and Z in general.
Jim Vishansi again, and I'll keep my comments brief because I know we're out of time. I would encourage you to take a close look, in addition to these particular fees, to some way to offset the fees through more efficient building, more energy efficient building, because right now, the way the REMP program goes, it's almost always possible for us to fully offset the REMP fees by improving our building quality, better insulation, more solar. But right now, all we're talking about is the fee side. And if we don't come up with also some suggestions as, well, if you improve this, if you build this, you don't have to pay the fee, then the fee just ends up being a penalty, a punitive fee. So I would encourage the board to talk about possible offsets in more efficient construction, because people will come up with it. If you give somebody the incentive to build a net zero home, the financial incentive to do it, they'll do it.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about that in the past, and I think one of the things is by upping our energy code, sometimes we put people at the top of that bracket they're required to do anyway. So, Brian, did you?
I was just going to say, our goal is to make the house and the envelope perform first, and then you can start your offsets. So that's we're addressing it that way. True net zero is that you do the best you can with your house and your building and your envelope, and then you start bringing in the offsets. So that is a requirement of the code to begin with.
So we're up in the ante.
But in order to make it make sense to the people who are building homes, there has to be a very obvious trade-off. If you put this in, then you don't have to pay this fee. That's the way it works now. And people will make that economic decision. But if the economic decision's not clear to them, then they'll just pay the fee and go on.
Well, some people tend to just pay the fee and go.
It's more than an economic decision. It's when you get to these $30-40 million homes, it's a design. It's so you're dealing with different values. So.
And I think Rachel's comment is just in line with what you were saying, her earlier comment. Is there a point at which we say a home needs to be net zero? And that's a very clear, black and white, obvious trade-off. And hopefully we'll have that discussion later this afternoon.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Any other comments here? Are we good? Because we'll see you guys at later today. Because I've got my agendas on the back of the. So we see you at 1:30.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Patty.
All right, thank you.
Thanks,
And just
everybody.
again to the public, they're having a memorial celebration for 9/11 in just honoring over at the fire station, starting, I believe, at noon. So thank you. Okay. All right, welcome back. This is Tuesday, September the 11th, 2018, and today is a day of remembrance for the victims, their families, their loved ones, their peers, their friends, the country, remembrance of 9/11 in 2001, so 17th anniversary, which, geez, it still seems like yesterday. And they do have a little memorial tribute going on at the fire station, and I didn't realize they have a thing with flags with pictures of all of the first responders that were killed in that incident, those incidents, and you're able to take one of them home. And Ruth Harrison came up to me, and she picked one last year, and she went out and picked one this year, and it was the same person out of the 343 or something.
343.
Yeah, which was kind of a feeling. I said there's a connection there, and definitely there is. But anyway, so for those who are still out and about, who might be watching us on home and coming into town, please go by the fire station. So we are going to address an item on our agenda, which is the courthouse accessibility and security project update. Please introduce yourselves for the public record.
Thank you. I'm Jody Smith. I'm the facilities director, and I have with me today most of our steering committee is in the room. At the table, I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
Ron Ryan, Undersheriff for Pitkin County.
Rebecca Silva with Anderson Hallis Architects.
Tom Franklin from the State Court Administrator's Office.
And we also have representation from the court clerk's office, which is Jonna, and probation, Jeff, and Bill from the district attorney's office in the room. And Melissa Jodas is also a new member to our steering committee to help us with our network and making sure we get all of that working, as well as working here in your new building.
Great.
So
You like
for
that.
the future. I'll just kind of kick off, and we also have a stakeholder group, which is the judges, the DA staff, the probation staff. So we will be doing some interviews once we get direction from the board on the issue that we're going to be talking with you today on the accessible access for the building. And then we'll be going out and just reaffirming that we've captured what their needs are and their flow, and get more down into the details. We haven't done that as much, pretty much at a high level, but this team will then be going back and interviewing and starting to drill down into the design details. So that is our team. As you all know, the courthouse renovation project is scheduled for probably mid-2019. We've presented to you in July. We had 6 of the most viable items or alternatives for you. At that time, we deleted 3 of those 6 options, and you will see that here in a few minutes. So our focus today is really on the 3 viable options that you guys asked us to come back with more information so that we could provide that for you. I want to go back. Again, just to remind you kind of what our criteria for evaluating the alternatives was: to minimize the visual impacts, minimize the impacts to the historic materials to the building, maintain the historic use and approach based on your guys' direction, maximize the security, provide efficient screening and flow, equity and accessibility, minimize the interior impacts, and make sure that the programming works for all 3 of the entities that will be occupying this building, and then, of course, the code compliance. With that, again, alternative 2, 3, and 5 were eliminated. I just kind of wanted to refresh you here. So we're not going to discuss those. So we are going to start out talking about alternative 1, and then talk about alternative 4, and then alternative 6. And at the end of that, we are hoping that we can answer any of your questions that you may still have, and we're hoping to walk away with a decision today for your preferred alternative. In your board packet, we provided the information that the alternative 1, which is the South Main Street entrance, is the preferred alternative from the steering committee's perspective, and we will go over a little bit of why. We know and recognize that the board has full discretion to direct us on any one of the 3 that you have asked us to provide more information. So we're open to hearing that, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca.
Thank you. So what you're looking at now is a rendering from Main Street of the south entrance, showing what that accessible entrance just to the east of the existing south entrance might look like.
You can see the door right here, and that's the impact that we were talking about that would change the look of that south entrance. So coming in, taking the sidewalk over, and then taking the lift up and coming out inside the building. We just wanted, you guys had asked us for that rendering, so that's what we're showing.
And so just to recap, the blue line would be the accessible route. This is an enlarged floor plan of that south entry. So the blue line is to the east of the existing stair. We would replace an existing window with a new door. You would enter into a lower level landing that's about halfway between the garden level and the main level. Enter up half a story on a lift to enter into the main hallway, where you would join the rest of pedestrian traffic, and the security would be located within the existing lobby area, and it would not require any permanent impact to that area. So here's on the right is an example of what that lift might look like. On the left is an example of that portable screening equipment, and so that could be relocated if you wanted to have events in that space.
Again, it would be more cordoned off. The equipment is not as big as something that you would see at the airport.
But the screening equipment is large enough for a wheelchair to pass through?
Absolutely.
And how would you remove it for a special event? You still have to have people coming and going from the courtroom, so they'd still have to be going through screening.
It would be if you were using it after hours for an
Okay.
event or something, then it could be relocated to another room.
Because generally, the events we've ever had in there have been during hours.
Right.
So that would
And there might be
preclude us
there might be an overall change in kind of what that historic use was, and now that we have this building, but again, and then Veterans Park. So, I don't know what that's going to look like in the future, but we do have some flexibility if that was the
The main
direction.
thing is the day that elected officials are sworn into office. And so it's historic that you're sworn in on the steps of the courthouse and that the reception for the public is right inside that front lobby. So
Okay.
that's historic.
And so we wanted to show you, these are the floor plans that we've developed at the beginning of the project up to the schematic level. And the red boxes are showing the areas that would be dedicated for that lift and for the security screening. So it would be this small office here, so 60 square feet on the garden level, and then 106 square feet on the main level would be used for that.
And then, Tom, did you want to talk at all about this alternative and the flow of your
Sure.
work plan?
Speaking about functional court spaces, the clerk's office is where most of the work gets done in our courthouse. Most of your customers that come to the court are going to go to the clerk's office. And on the main level plan, the program plan, the whole top half of that drawing there is for the clerk's office functions. And with using the option 1, we don't impact that at all in terms of changing that program. If we go to the option 4 program, you'll see that in the next slide or two. It takes a bite out of some of that. The area that most of the, at least the way we're planning it today, the area where the customers would enter the clerk's office and wait for their turn at the transaction window is exactly where the security equipment would be if we went with option 4. So in terms of what kind of things are going to happen in that space, it's going to be a very busy area. It's going to have the self-help center. It's going to have public-facing conference rooms for family court facilitation and mediation. It's going to have private offices for the clerk of court. It's going to have probably one of the more important things that we're doing these days is the self-help center, which is a staffed position where we assist customers with paperwork and information about how to proceed in court at the pro se offices. It's a very successful program. We currently don't have a space for that in this courthouse.
Ron, any security or anything you wanted to kind of address in this scenario? Or just,
No, just to say that regardless of which scenario, we will find a way for security to support the activities going on in the building, whether it's day-to-day 9 to 5 or special events, swearing in and things like that. It's going to be flexible enough to give us what we need.
Let me just interject. If there seems to be alternatives that you think will cost more staff time, let us know if there's a weighted difference. I realize you would protect us and give us the security no matter what we choose, but if there are, staffing considerations, let us know.
Certainly, thank you.
Well, and I will speak to that a little bit as we move on to the next alternative.
Which, before we do that.
Yes.
Another element that you had asked for the last time was the cost estimates for each of these alternatives. And so for alternative one, the cost estimate was in the realm of $365,000.
And the, this alternative keeps us at that single point of access. The wayfinding is clear. On the other ones, we're just going to have to change some wayfinding, which again, we can do that. I think the reason that the steering committee also went for this is if you're on the west side, it's just a little harder to find things again. And if we're in the north side of the building, people will be coming into that entrance and then going upstairs to kind of find their way around, which is what they do right now. They come into any one of the three entrances and go up to that second floor to find the clerk's office. So it's not anything that they're not already doing, and we can definitely make it work. But I think that's just one of the other reasons that we that this was the preferred alternative. The next alternative that we're talking about.
This is your preferred alternative. For
The steering
first one.
committees.
Right.
Mhm. Alternative number 4, I will just start out by saying this is one of our least favorite. It's the most expensive, and it has a lot of impacts to our programming. So I'll have Rebecca go through just a little bit, unless you guys decide you don't really need.
No, I think we need it because that's my preferred.
Oh, perfect. Oh, okay.
So again, rendering that we've put together showing what that door may look like entering on the west facade, and that door would be to the east, or to the north, excuse me, of the existing west entrance. And looking at the security layout, similar to alternative 1, we would replace a window with a door, enter into a landing that would be halfway between the garden level and the main level, and then take a lift up to the main level. This alternative would take out a large portion of the proposed clerk's area. As Tom had hinted to earlier, I think there were also some concerns with the security screening layout with this one as well, and the visibility from the screening area to the entrances. In addition, it would require 2 new openings in the existing masonry wall that's on that main corridor, which is problematic and not insurmountable, but with the hollow masonry walls can definitely create challenges. Did you want to speak at all to the security of this one?
The biggest security issue with this is it would require more manpower because the security screening personnel would be segregated from even seeing the rest of the building, which creates some security issues. And it's a very funky sort of design for flow of security too.
Rachel?
Yeah, just a question on this. The yellow line up there is said it's the ambulatory route, meaning folks who can walk on their own. But does that mean the entire screening and the entire entrance moves from the Main Street side to this side, and that's where all the security would be?
That's correct. Yep. And that's the case with any of these alternatives. Per the American with Disabilities Act, we need to provide equal access. We can't have them going around the back.
Yeah, 2 different approaches. Okay, thanks for that clarification. So we'd kind of basically be locking the front doors?
We would.
Yeah.
For alternative 4 and 6, the front door would be locked, and signage would need to be added to direct people.
And the downstairs would be locked to the public also at the basement level.
All doors,
Garden
yeah.
level.
Yes.
So we're thinking 1 extra employee or 2 extra employee for something like this? I'd love to have a comparison of what's the additional cost in terms of employees and dollars. I guess we have a dollar figure on these, right?
Yeah, and I think the only practical route to go with really any of these is contract screening labor. It's the only affordable and the appropriate option to go for something like this. In those...
we don't know what that costs.
In the Valley, currently, where another courthouse is using it, it's $33 to $50 or $55 an hour for the people. Yeah.
Per hour.
And are those operating 8 hours a day? Or do they close the whole building down if because staff is coming through? Yeah, so.
That's
it's all
when
public.
their courthouse is open,
Right.
that's what it costs them.
Like it is at Garfield County,
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
which does not use the historic front door.
They have a large addition, too.
What?
Don't they have a large addition on their courthouse and county building?
Well, they have the wing on the side, but not to the direct front of the courthouse. You come in the side door.
Okay.
So this is a graphic that shows the square footage that would be taken up by the lift and the security screening for alternative 4. On the lower garden level, 60 square feet, similar to alternative 1, but a large difference would be and it is only 60 square feet, but I will point out that it makes this resulting area a little bit awkward to program, but not insurmountable, just a little bit less ideal than alternative 1. And then on the main level, the large chunk taken out of what had been the courts, had been planned for the courts area.
Could you go back to the previous slide? So this is blown up from the red area that we're seeing in the next one.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, there's sorry about that. A small key plan in the corner, and that gray area is the highlighted.
Got it, okay.
And so that was about 340 square feet of the main level that would be dedicated to security that could be a usable square footage for core functions. And so this one is also our most expensive option, and that came in at about $385,000.
any questions or any comments from steering committee?
I have a question about where both alternative 1 and this one, they're going in sort of midway between 2 floors. So it's taking up space on the garden level, but the actual lift is at ground level, not at the garden level.
Like where the mechanics and stuff will be.
So I'm just trying to picture what it looks like. It'll be just, I guess, a dead space in the floor plan of the area where the lift would be located.
Mm-hmm. And that's what, on the garden level plan here, this red area here, that would be taken up by the landing when you first walk in the door and the lift itself. So that would be blocked off on the lower level completely. And there'd probably, with the lift especially, that's where the mechanics for the lift would be.
So you would come in at, I think it's about 4 feet off the ground. And so you wouldn't be able to use that space underneath.
So the whole pink area in that corner would be not used for anything else in
No,
this
it
case,
could
or
be.
it would be?
Sure.
It could be.
be,
Sure.
yes.
It's just a
So
300
there's no
square feet.
security issue between the lift and getting into the room that it would
No,
be?
there would be walls around it.
Okay.
Okay?
And then alternative 6 is at the north entrance at the back, and it is currently at grade. So obviously this is our least expensive option that comes in about $157,000. And this obviously would meet the needs of the users, although there are concerns with wayfinding, as we mentioned, that this one would require closing off the west entrance as well as the existing south entrance and providing signage for visitors to direct them around the south. We would likely want to invest in some better landscaping at the back to make it feel a little bit more like the main entrance. And then also on the interior, wayfinding might be a little bit of an issue as well because there's less space. Once you enter, there's that sort of narrow hallway that you'd have to go through to get to the stairs or in the elevator to go up to the courthouse, the courtrooms and the clerk's office on the main level. And this one definitely has a little bit less area for security screening. So Ron, I don't know if you want to.
I think one of the greatest challenges with security in this one is controlling outflow as well. We're bringing people in through one way, and to manage both directions, people coming and going would be very difficult, security-wise.
With alternative 1 and alternative 4, you have the double doors at the stairs that could still be used. But this one, everyone in and out would have to use a single door there.
But if you used the front door of the courthouse, you would be blocking off the west door and the back door.
Correct.
That's correct.
So everybody would be coming and going from the front door. So everybody's coming and going, regardless of which choice, everybody's coming and going from one door.
Those doors would be available to employees because it'd be card access.
Yeah, I'm talking general public flow.
Yeah, there's just more room to facilitate that type of flow in the other options.
Right, because you've got the
compared to this one.
vault.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't move. Yeah, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. You know, this one coming in from the backside, to me, is the least efficient. It might be the least costly, but you know, either you're going to have all your people riding the elevator up and a lot of energy use, or you're going to need to have a secured area from, you know, literally from the time they come in the door. I mean, you don't say, well, the security will start once you walk the steps up and get to the second floor. You know, I don't want to make up ludicrous type of threats, but if someone was, quote, trying to plant a bomb or something in the building, you can't wait till they get up to the second floor to screen them because they've come in through the basement and up. And so, I mean, that's the impression I'm getting, and there doesn't seem to be room for a whole screening system down there, and then you're free in the building. You're still talking about bringing them up to the next level to screen?
No, they'd be screened right there.
It would be screened right there. Okay, that's where I was getting
Yeah, they would
confused
come
with it.
through the magnetometer here, and their briefcase and such would go through the conveyor belt here.
Okay,
And
so-
then they would come out here, but then we also have the pedestrians, when they're leaving, they have to remember to come down the elevator and go out
Back
this
out the
way.
same there.
They can't, and that's something that we do have to work on the details of what is that egress, because code will make us put, you know, emergency egress on on the upstairs doors. So they'll all be alarmed, and people can't go out unless the alarm will go off, just like this building
Well,
is
yeah,
doing
but
now.
two of the upstairs doors, if we use the west side, the front door would have that system, and vice versa, if we use the front door. So you're
Those are just-
still going to have that system somewhere regardless of which door
Right,
we
right.
use. So it's not just totally relying upon using the back door.
We'd have to have that on the
Yeah,
two
right,
exterior
right.
doors on this floor, too.
Just so the whole picture, because I just see the picture being painted very clearly to the front door option, and like seeing a lot of negative stuff presented for the other two, and trying to just vet that out, so.
The other question I had was, you referred to the historical code a couple times in the pro-cons, and I'm just wondering, what are those specific provisions that this or other alternatives affect?
So that was the.
Go back to that slide that says code, pro-con. I know several of those had those, but what are that?
So that was the City of Aspen Historic Preservation Guidelines, and they basically say the front door is the front door, and you should maintain the historic approach to a building.
Thank
So,
you.
and you might not have been here, Rachel.
No, I wasn't. I was away in July.
Yeah, Susanna Reed was here and kind of explained that from a historic preservation perspective. It's a guideline.
Sure.
So.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
But our courthouses throughout the state, I mean, because you see these great books about the historic courthouses. Therefore, I keep going back to Glenwood Springs, Garfield County, and they chose not to use the historic front door. So it obviously is a recommendation, not a word of law.
Correct.
Yes, Greg?
I remember last time we talked about, just what exemptions are out there already in the state for courthouse exemptions, and I think we discussed and asked for that, wondering if, I know there are some places that aren't following the rules, and how and why aren't they, was the question, I think, is what I meant. I don't know if you got that. It'd be nice to have that conversation. If there's another historic courthouse in the state that didn't have to follow the rules, I'd love to know why.
I don't know, what rules are you talking? ADA compliance?
ADA rules in particular. It sounded as if there are some exemptions for certain spaces or requirements.
I don't know if
I'd
you
just love
can
to
get
know.
ADA exemptions.
Well, I'd
but
love
yeah,
to hear.
Yeah.
The other things are, it'd be nice to do really a traffic study of just the immediate surroundings of the courthouse. Where are people coming and going from? And if we have an accessible entrance, but it's farther from the street and accessibility for parking or an accessible parking area, how are we thinking about that? And where are the employees coming from? Will we have a lot of traffic from this building? Will people have to walk all the way to the other side, for instance, to get in? And so I'm kind of concerned about the flow of traffic into the building. Where is it going to be coming from before we choose the single point of entry we can have to the building? And then regarding the manpower, I think it's really important that we do a comparison of, we should have those numbers. How many FTEs or how many security contractors do we need for each entrance? Because it sounds as if we could say we choose the cheaper entrance on the north side for $160,000, but it requires 2 more people. The difference in cost is made up in a year or so, and then we'll wish we'd had, we can't base it on that. But I'd love to see how those numbers play out so we can really compare what's the additional cost and what's the operations cost is obviously going to be expensive, as well as maybe additional equipment in some places. I'd really love to know how most people access the courthouse now, and are we going to really disrupt those known traffic flows by putting it in one of these options? Just saying, I don't see many people going through the front door, but I'm not out there watching very often
We
either.
did ask for the information at our last meeting.
Patty, you did ask, and I did hear you, and I went and did some absolutely unofficial.
Is that what I saw you loitering outside?
That's when I was doing
I thought
that.
you were looking for pie.
When I thought there'd be particular activities going on in the courthouse, or when I needed a cup of coffee, I would pay more attention to what was going on for a while. And it has become so dead once we have vacated it that it's very difficult to find out what it's going to be like once it gets occupied officially
Right, good point.
again. So it's pretty quiet in there right now.
The other thing I'd note for the board is the change in use. The building used to be generally accessible from really all 3 entrances because we had publicly facing services in there with the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, and the sheriff's department. And so one of the reasons, one of the whys for creating a space dedicated to the 9th Judicial District and the functions associated with it was the security concerns and accomplishing that in a separate building. So one of the reasons we were doing this was to change that access. It's really about making a choice about which one is going to work best for the functions within the building and the community outside the building.
Right, and the other thing that's not changing is the location of the parking garage, which seems to be the place, especially with the City of Aspen parking rates. People are trying to use the parking garage. They're being directed to the parking garage, which means that they come by the west entrance to come around to the front entrance, since there is no parking and there is no planned parking for the front. Steve had.
Yeah, looking at the 3 alternatives, I would eliminate the west entrance. It eats up a whole lot of square footage. It doesn't lend to looking good on the outside. The entrance on the south side, it kind of blends in more, I think. The one on the west side has a lot going against it, and I would just say the other 2, the south or the north entrance, would be better than that. So I would eliminate the west entrance one personally. I could see possibilities on the north entrance of using that as the access from the jail, bringing inmates from the jail into the courthouse. And if there were an inmate who was in a wheelchair, that would be the way they would be going in on the north side. So that would say that we should reserve that north side for employees and potentially inmates from the jail coming over to the court.
And George, if I may, or Steve, if I may, the intent is to bring the inmates from, do you have that old?
To the side entrance.
Yeah,
The
it's
one over
actually,
in
they're
the
bringing
corner.
it straight from the jail down to where the law
Yeah.
enforcement entrance, we were
I
making a
realize that,
ramp.
but if someone's in a wheelchair,
It'll be a ramp, and then we have a holding cell in there. So that's kind of accounted for. So either way, if the north entrance was your preferred, we can make that happen, or the south, or even the west, whatever you guys, we're just hoping.
historically speaking, the north entrance would be better because we wouldn't be messing up the outside of the building at all.
Right.
But I think the flow of the security system and then having security people on the main level, kind of in the middle of the building, I think is a good feature if the security's on the main level in the middle. Provide security kind of for the whole building because of their presence there. So that would speak to having the south entrance.
And the way we're, at this point at least, we're thinking about this, is we would have contractors doing the screening, and then the sheriff's office would still provide that presence and enforcement, and we would be still visible in there.
Rachel?
Yeah, well, just to weigh in, I like using the main front entrance at the end of the day, which is the staff's recommendation. And it's not just because it's your recommendation, but, I think a lot about historic preservation outside of our buildings, and, the acknowledgement that buildings have history, they have stories, they change with the times a little bit. And this does not strike me as a major change, and when we all went around and looked at it, I think people were surprised to see there was a door there that's been behind the bushes for so many years, and you guys are working with that, but I think there's a lot to be said for the dignity of the handicapped access being at the main front door along with the regular pedestrian traffic, and just coming up to a point where it says, this is 2018, this is how we deal with these issues when we retrofit buildings, and when we, that we're not going to push everyone to the back door over ADA, and we're not going to, use a lot of extra space. And I realize this is a matter of personal taste, and people may differ on it. I appreciate the work, and that we may differ as a board, but for me, this is pretty straightforward. I don't think it'll be particularly noticeable per se. It can be landscaped. And to me, it's part of retrofitting a building for modern day use, so I'm okay with it. And I like alternative one.
George?
Similar to what I said last time, Lady Justice sits over the entrance, and I think Lady Justice is what designates a courthouse. And, you can move Lady Justice. I don't know, the lady would like that. Or you could add another Lady Justice on the west side. But that's where the attorneys are going to be walking in. That's where the public is going to be walking in. And it signifies the importance of coming into a courthouse. And all that signifies that Lady Justice is blind. So justice is objective. Lady Justice.
Lady Justice isn't blind.
Our justice isn't blind. It's one of the rare ones.
You obviously haven't been checking her out, George.
We just had more to look at
I
up
need a
here.
bandana.
We have balance of scales out there, so balance of scales as well.
Yeah, there we go.
So, the visual impacts, whether it's on the south side or on the west side, are going to be similar because there's a lot of people that utilize the plaza, the library, sit out. There's events that go out on the park all the time. And so one could argue that their visual impacts are going to be just as great as an impact for perhaps someone visualizing it from the main street. In terms of special events, frankly, I never felt that that lobby was very inviting after a swearing-in ceremony. I think the Veterans Park is going to be much, much more inviting, and if weather occurs, then we have the brand-new lobby. So I don't see that as an issue. I just think that when I look at the criteria that we're using, and the reason we're doing this is obviously because of security. It's similar to the issues we have at the airport. Why do we need a new terminal? Why is it inadequate? Well, things changed since 9/11, coincidentally today, that we talked about. 100 years ago, you didn't have to worry about security. You may have had a marshal out there with a 6-shooter, but it wasn't an issue like it is today. So we're dealing with 21st century issues, and I think it makes a sense for me to have the easiest, simplest way to egress the courthouse for the public, and to ensure that we're addressing the security, which is how this has all come before us again. So I'm for alternative one. And I don't think we need to delay and try to get additional information in terms of where people are coming from. We've all lived in this community long enough. The nature has changed, as John Peacock has said. It's going to be a very specific use. We could see already the amount of public that comes into our main building right here, how that shift has happened, and people adapt. So.
We need to kind of get moving because we're encroaching into our time for our other major discussions, but I think we're heading. So, Greg, would you? And then Steve, I'll let you after.
Can you zoom that picture in? I'd just love to get a better, closer view of it. It seems less,
Let me go back to
more innocuous than it was the first time we saw it, the front entrance. I'm wondering if something has changed. So that doorway hasn't changed since the first time you presented it, because it doesn't seem as imposing as it was before. The one question I had on egress, none of the other doors are going to be available for egress either, or are they still, if there is a fire?
They still have to be available for egress.
Yes,
for any of the alternatives.
So anyone can go out any door?
Only during an emergency.
Only an emergency, or only
an emergency?
Okay, right.
They'll all be alarmed or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, I have to say I do like this the most because it makes the most sense with the flow of the building. I don't like cutting up the facade of the building. I'm wondering, if we focus on mitigating the impact of this new addition to the front of the building some way, whether it's screened or, I even thought maybe there's a symmetrical, balance you could do on the other side of the staircase, and don't want to cut more holes than necessary, but I'm trying to think, how can we do this just so the impact of the new door is minimal? Now, the thing is, this door is going to be open and available anytime somebody needs it, which basically means it's available all the time. You don't have to make a reservation to go through that access. How do people alert you when they're coming up through that entrance? Will it be open to anybody
It'll
can
operate
take this?
just like the doors with the stairs. They'll be opened at 8 and they'll lock
That
at a
one will be
certain
as well,
time.
and the lift will be working at the
No,
same.
they just come in, go up, and come out into the lobby where they go through screening. And that would be the case whether they're on the west side
Right.
also,
Okay.
yeah.
Great.
It will have an automatic opener.
I really like the north side solution because I just didn't want to see holes punched in the building. But I don't think that's as workable as this option. So I think I'll go with your suggestion is where I'm leaning.
Yeah, I'm okay with alternative one. I think I actually prefer it, kind of just a feeling for the north or the south side. The alternative one, I think, is the more attractive one for the flow of the people. I'm wondering if remote cameras will be used to watch the other entrances. Somebody could conceivably open the door and let somebody in.
Alarms will go off.
The alarms will go off.
Yeah.
The plan
No,
at this
if
point
an employee was coming in one of those doors, though, with a pass.
So we haven't gotten down to that design detail and all of the little, the big issues that will, but Tom here does this all over the state, and so he'll be critical in helping us make sure that all of those are addressed.
Yeah.
Because there is technology that's coming in, and that's why Melissa's on our team, and, to make sure that we do this right, just like we did this building, to make sure that it meets the needs of those tenants.
Yeah. And as far as people having to walk around the building to get to the entrance, if you go to Washington DC to one of the congressional office buildings, you might have to walk a whole block to get to the public entrance. The staff can go in on different places, but it's just, people learn where the entrance is and they plan that into their walk, and it's not that far walking around our courthouse.
Okay, because I still haven't had a chance to speak, and we're going to be running late, just so everybody knows.
Just wondering, is there any way we can reduce the impact of that side door by lowering it? It looks as if floor height, certainly for the garden level, is going to be much lower than the entry level for that door. Can it ramp down?
It
Just so you
can
have the
slightly.
higher, bigger lintel?
It gets a little bit tricky. Actually, the City of Denver just ran into this recently with the McNichols building at the Civic Center Park. They had wanted to bring ramp down to an accessible entrance, and it was denied basically because that would be not equitable to those in a wheelchair if they have to go down to an entrance to get in.
Not a satisfying answer, but
So, I'm going with West Side because I think just doing anything to the front of the most incredible building that we have in Pickens County, we just discussed it with the Redstone Castle, that this is the most historic building we have. People drive by it on Main Street. It's part of Pickens County home seat, part of our community, and I think denigrating anything on the front of face of this building is totally unacceptable. I think, it's minimal, but it's still, you're cutting a hole in the front, the face of the courthouse. And I think we can accommodate the needs coming in the west side. I think that's more accessible to people because they're going to be coming from the parking garage. And not all people that come from this building go to that building. Very few actually do anymore. So I think, that's our historic courthouse. And the face of that historic courthouse should remain historic. And I think doing any changes to the front of that building is just totally unacceptable. So I'm obviously outnumbered here, but that's how I feel, and I've said it from the beginning, and I'm standing by that. I've told the public that I will not let anything happen to the face of that building, and obviously I've lost this one, and I let the public know that I stood up for it. So I think we've given direction.
Yeah. The only thing I was wondering about on this front side is whether the door itself could be modeled to look like a window. As you've kind of tailored it off of the front doors, and I can understand why that looks good. But I would just wonder whether the door itself could be made to look like a mock window of the same size as the other windows. And just look at it. You don't have to answer that now, but just look at that,
You can absolutely look at that.
alternative, because that is a little bit of what I thought, and I do think some landscaping will make a difference there again.
Could you go back, you were just on a slide that showed the
ramp.
front of the building, and there was a bush, a lilac or something?
It's getting moved.
Yeah.
Now, I can't think where that's located, but if the door were there and that bush were there, you wouldn't be able to see the
The
door.
lilac
from-
is being removed.
But maybe it could be moved closer to the street.
The lilac bush has to go, and you also
For
have
the
to have
walkway.
access, and you can't do anything with the wrought iron fence and the historic roses in front of the courthouse. So, and I'm hoping that those will be preserved. That's critical. Those have been there. We had a resolution many years ago issued by the Board of County Commissioners that those roses would be treated in a certain manner. We just went through it with the historic issue of the wrought iron fence out here. Those are critical, but the lilacs have to go because they're undermining the foundation of the front stairwell. And please don't do anything with that little red box, wooden box in front, because it houses that Columbine that comes back every year. And so at least give me that one, guys, because I am not going for that door in the front of the building.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
So our direction is to go ahead and move forward with alternative 1, move on to design detail. We'll be moving on with the City of Aspen's planning and zoning to get approvals from there, and the drainage and all the stuff. And then I will be coming back to you on a monthly basis and give you an update of where we're at, show you the design detail of kind of as we start to get a little deeper into
We have to go
this.
through planning and zoning with the city, or is it just site and location?
Location
We'll go
extent.
extensions and, yeah, we'll go.
Location.
An
Sorry,
extent.
from a planning perspective, it's locations and extent is the normal process for a government entity application. And of course, we have to comply with all building codes and such.
Right. Okay.
So, and I want this front of the building as it is, well documented over and again to preserve the historic front face of the historic county courthouse, as it should remain.
I'd like to see the alternatives for making that door, less, it'd be interesting to know what happened at McNichols, but would that happen here? And I love Rachel's comment, if it could just become less obtrusive. We're not trying to denigrate anyone, we're trying to preserve our building.
Absolutely.
Well, now that we have direction, we can start to nail down into that. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Makes me sick to my stomach.
I agree, me too.
Moving along, we are going, sorry guys for making everybody wait. We are moving along into our energy addendum and REMP ordinance adoption update. Okay, guys, let's get moving here because we're almost 20 minutes behind schedule. So it'll just move us later into our day, but we have time at the end of the day.
We'll approve this real quickly and get caught up.
Sweet. All in favor?
It'll probably be a 4-1 again, so don't call that one.
What's that? No.
Patty's feeling sorry today.
No, I'm not. I just think, don't even go there.
Hey, we're moving on to the next topic.
Yes.
Yeah, so please, we'll give your names for the public record again, and I will chair the meeting like I did before, and we'll go through and answer questions as they come up, and I will try and keep track of who's in line to respond.
Okay.
Cindy Huben, Community Development Director.
Brian Paul, Chief Building Official.
Ellen Sassano, Long Range Planner.
Okay. Let me introduce what we're bringing forward. It's the Energy Code Addendum, including the REMP section and its draft ordinance. Also, it's repealing the current efficient building program. And in the issue statement, it says the purpose of this work session is to discuss the proposed local energy addendum as accompanied to the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code. And as we go forward, looking for board guidance and direction, I just want to kind of bring that into perspective. We're working on an addendum to the 2015. The 2018 is already out. It didn't change that drastically from the 15, so we weren't entertaining that mid-adoption. We usually go 6 years instead of every 3 like the code cycles go. So we'll be looking at 2021 adoption. So with that will come its own set of changes and adoptions and addendums. So just to kind of keep in perspective as we're looking at this, these are amendments to the 2015 code and changes to that code. So this doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all of making energy code perfect in this one adoption. And that, I just kind of wanted to add that perspective because I think this morning and through the 2 years that we've been looking at this, I think we've kind of gone around and around on it, trying to make it perfect. And I think my goal here today is to bring something forward that's ready for adoption, that's moving in the direction we want to go, and maybe making incremental steps towards a future end goal of whatever that may be, whether that's a 2030 goal or a 2015 goal or a 2020 goal or whatever that goal might be. 2015, I guess, is gone now. But anyway, making that statement. If you read through the cover sheet, and I'm not going to bore you with reading through the whole thing, it just kind of covered that 2 years of work that we did, the bringing forward the matrix discussion originally and those individual addendums. What I also did too, one of the discussion items that came up this morning, and I think is going to be a big focus probably in this discussion, is that REMP change and going directly from the $34 to the $68. So what I did is I also offered up 2 alternative options, and if we could get those handed out, there's 6 of those.
Should we put one up here?
And I can bring the chart up here
Do you have an extra copy?
on the screen. I can bring it up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
It just kind of addresses that drastic jump a little differently and is just an offering of alternatives and options to going from $34 as it is now directly to $68. And once again, just kind of that incremental steps towards an end goal of of maybe hitting the 2030 initiative and maybe hitting that increase of 100% offset by that point. So we could start out, as we talked in the original discussions about the derating. If we derate the $68 to be equivalent to the $34 that it is today, then we could start at that 50% reduction rate, move up in 2020 to 65% offset, in 2025 to the 80%, and then by 2030 achieve that 100% offset. So just kind of take a look at that and kind of think about that as we go through the rest of the presentation about maybe if we don't feel comfortable jumping right straight to the doubling of the fees, is there other alternatives that we can entertain?
So let me just ask something, because this morning's presentation, we talked not as in detail as this discussion, but we didn't make a decision either. We just sort of said, oh, this sounds sort of good. Here are some questions we have, and we'll come back and bring it into the context of the entire program, and not just REMP isolated. So are you asking us today to make a decision on this?
Since we didn't make a decision on that, that's what I think George.
It's more a decision of, are we looking at the immediate change, or would you rather see us bring an ordinance forward with the incremental change? And that's kind of the direction we're seeking today.
Okay, so for me, I would rather wait and sort of complete our conversation from this morning before I can make a decision, because there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, for me anyway.
Well, true. And in this 45-minute session, I don't know how many of those answers we'll be able to determine.
Yeah.
But the ordinance that's before us, it took the 100% route and kind of to actually drive that point home that the doubling is what it would take to get to that 100% offset. And if that is the goal of the board, that's what it would take to get there. So in the numbers in that section for REMP, for pools and spas, that's showing what it would take to offset 100% of that energy use for the 20-year life cycle.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So we have a 12-year time frame to implement the whole thing. And I'm wondering, do we really need 12 years to alert the community that this is coming? And I also wonder if somebody has a plan to build a big house with a pool, are they going to try and get it done sooner before the prices ratchet up? I'm not sure I understand the point of the incremental increases.
We just wanted to offer you, oftentimes when you have an impact study, it talks about the 100%. Say affordable housing. It might cost, $100,000 to offset a certain amount of square footage. And oftentimes the board wants to look at alternatives or other implementation strategies. We just wanted to make sure that you had that in front of you. We heard your message this morning that, you were comfortable with the 100% at this point, but.
I think that was driven out of my fear of the public outcry or the retaliation, not retaliation, but just the
Reaction.
the reaction. Yeah, just the reaction of jumping from that $34 to the $68. And so I just wanted to offer up that alternative approach. But you're right, that's 12 years down the road. And if we are trying to make a difference today, we're not making the difference today.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we're currently only offsetting 50%, then we're not being honest about the fact that we're setting this up. We're either losing the 20 years,
we're not
it's just 10
serious about
years.
the problem.
It's not serious. We're not making a change.
I think,
This is a common problem that we find ourselves with when we do not increase fees on a regular basis. And it's a big increment up, and people don't always anticipate or understand why we're taking such a big step. So I think staff, on one hand, was trying to provide some alternatives for the board to consider to step into it if you so desired. If not, that's certainly something that we can implement. And the other thing probably for the board to consider is to have some anticipated criteria for stepping that REMP fee up, whether it be based on Denver Boulder CPI or some construction inflation index or something so you don't find yourself with this same discussion or a future board find themselves with this same discussion.
Let's consider tying it to the carbon parts per million in the atmosphere.
Good luck on tying it to that, but
Well,
yeah.
And the study that we did of how REMP was originally developed and taking those numbers to today's values kind of is the backup for where that increase came from. And like John was saying, we haven't done the incremental changes since the 90s. So what this jump is just that adjustment of the reality of what it costs to actually offset that energy consumption on the property. So
Rachel has a question.
Yeah, I have
over
a
here
comment on that.
before we-
You know, I think I appreciate Greg bringing this up, you know, and for me, looking at it, I would move kind of to the 65% now. I mean, why stay at the 50% where we're at, and then maybe do some ramp up, but in a much shorter time frame, because I'm looking at it, a lot of these large houses take 3 to 5 years to build. And so I'd hate to, you know, wait and then, you know, have someone come in at, you know, right before the next increase, as this schedule says, and then it's still a 3-year build, you know. So we're always a little bit behind the curve on that. So I would start at 65 as the first increase to step it up, and then and do that now, and then take the remaining 35% to get to 100% and put it into a much shorter time frame, maybe 6 years.
that's the dialogue that I was hoping.
That's what I would like to do.
That's where I was going to introduce to Rachel. So Steve?
If we're going to phase it in, I would do 50% now.
We're already at 50% now.
Or we're already at 50?
That's right. That's today's numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why
okay.
I'm saying start at the 65.
65, and then in 2020, make it 100%, just bam, bam. The other.
2020? It took 2 years out?
Yeah, 2 years out. This is a serious, global
Yeah.
climate change is a serious thing, and we need to really be serious.
I know that. We also
about it.
have to think about the constituency that, in this community.
Then
and-
I was going to just toss out another idea that if someone has a hardship case for something, we could have an appeal process of some kind.
So we'd probably be getting
Well-
appealed by everybody who
We
came
would, because
forward,
everybody
so
I was going to say, I don't know
That's a
what
tough
the
one.
appeal would be based on.
be rather
And
subjective.
again, let's go back to this. Anyone can avoid these fees by mitigating entirely on site. These
Correct.
fees are only if you don't design it into your project. So again, I can't go from 65 straight to 100, but I can go from 65 to 75, 85, 100 fairly rapidly after that, but let's get at least one small increase in place now.
We could align it with the 2021 adoption, since we will be coming back with that energy code, and set that as the goal for the next bump.
That's interesting.
Whatever the bump might be, and we could bring that for discussion.
Right, but I think we also need to go back to George's point is we haven't really figured out what we talked about earlier today, and we're adopting this, that so we need, because we still haven't really talked to specifics of heat tape, for example.
True.
Or size of swimming pools.
I think
So-
that if we alert the architects now that this is where it's going, and that this will be ramping up, so that any new discussion about any new design, anything that they're just entering the design process or the permit process, they know that this is where it's headed. And the sooner they know and where it's going, the better.
Well, and they may then get their plans in sooner,
Well,
And then they'll avoid it all.
try. They'll try. Yeah.
That is true.
and I don't think we're going to have a moratorium.
No.
The M word.
So what we could do to increase our comfort level with the way the ordinance is written is go through the line-by-line document. The first page of the actual code adoption is stuff that's already in place. That's why it's not highlighted. I went through and highlighted things that were changes. But when I wrote this ordinance and worked with our consultant, we took out some of the confusion of the two separate sections of the commercial and residential and combined the things that were general requirements into a general category to get rid of some of the redundancies and confusion about the two separate sections, except for in specific sections, as far as the dollar amounts and certain things that applied, those still kept in their separate categories. The highlighted section that you come across first, this section on the energy addendum, is discussing the matrix itself, which was something that was brought forward in a way that we kind of narrowed it down to what we thought were the most applicable things for houses over 5750 and houses of that excessive glazing category. And the board was pretty comfortable with those, and I took the recommendations and put those into the actual matrix itself and into the accompaniment code information here. I added some definitions just to kind of simplify the matrix a little bit and add some clarity to items that came up in the matrix itself. So if there was confusions about what a thermal bridging was and some of those things that we had dialogues in the work sessions. And then the rest of it goes into the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program appendix and follows through, like we said, going to the 100%. In section 104 of the REMP section, that's when I addressed the going away of the grandfathering. So there's a lot in here to be considered. And even the matrix itself, even though it's only 2 pages of a, a document, there's a lot of changes that are being asked to happen. We're getting rid of certain AFUE type boilers and furnaces. We addressed equipment issues. We addressed the envelope issues. We addressed things that were kind of missing from the 2015 code that we felt were very specific to our jurisdiction. So it's been 2 years, and I still don't know exactly how to get this message to the board in a way that's digestible. And we tried to simplify it and narrow it down to these points that we discussed in the previous dialogues and the previous work sessions, but it's still very complicated. And whatever questions you have of me to try to explain what's in here and to talk about the numbers and whatever way we want to approach narrowing this down, I'm open to suggestions.
Well, why don't we start with just discussing the stuff you have in yellow? That's the changes to the
Major
energy
changes.
code and the major changes. And I think those are the area, unless the board has concerns about any others. But I think that's a good place for us to start.
Very good.
So just the general requirements. I don't know if there's any specifics that the board has.
Clarification on the 101.1 on the first page of the yellow part. It says residential and commercial residential. Is that, what is
Correct.
commercial residential? Does that mean just any commercial building or only like hotels or something like that?
No, it's not single family. It's multifamily residence, apartments, townhouses, condominiums. So that section, the matrix section, does not apply to a standard commercial building.
Commercial buildings
We have
at all.
very few commercial buildings in Pickens County. The matrix section is really addressing residential construction. So it's looking for that continuous house wrap that we were talking about. It's addressing the equipment. It's addressing the remodels and additions sections. It's got those different sections, and we can go through the matrix itself and look at each individual section because it addresses certain components of the building.
Yeah. I think it's more about the term commercial residential buildings. Is that a term of art, or should we say multifamily residential, something like that?
We could actually define it, definitely. I
Yeah.
could put in the definitions of what
Or
that.
put in parens or something like that, so that it does sound a little
Doesn't-
confusing. It sounds like
Sounds a little
hotels.
commercial.
I circled it because it was confusing to me, and if someone from the public reads it, they're going to be confused by that, I think.
Okay.
Very good. So that's 101.3.
101.1.
Okay.
Does the board have any other specifics on this first section?
Yeah, this is what we've asked for last time we reviewed it, so
No,
not so
I think-
much.
I think we're almost there. I mean,
Yeah.
to me,
Yeah.
everything is reading really well.
What I really tried to do was put into verbiage what the matrix was doing. And so that's what this section was added to kind of define.
I'm just wondering, and it could be that I've just missed something, or this has started long before I got here, and I understand I'm not completely familiar with all of it. How are we doing, say the tiny home boom kicks off, and everyone wants a tiny house? the restrictions on our tiny house, according to the 2015 or 2018-21 codes, are going to be stringent. Somebody wants to replace a mobile home somewhere, they're going to be following a much more stringent code than they would. They're not off the hook because the house is smaller. I want to make sure that we're not trying to design for something that could change. What if tastes change and everybody wants a 4,000 square foot house, and we build them in, we build out the rest of the community in smaller houses? I want to make sure the energy codes are working for the community all the way through, and I'm certain you are, but I want you to reassure me.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
So you're saying that if somebody comes in and wants to build a 500 square foot tiny house, that these energy codes would apply or not apply, or?
I want to make sure that they do. The energy efficiency measures apply to everyone going forward.
They would be held to the 2015 energy code, not the additional addendum stuff above because of the 5750 rule.
And I understand that.
But that's where we would bring in the incentives. That's when we would work with CORE to incentivize doing these better components and upgrading things in the smaller homes in a way that they can afford to do it. So I think there's a need there to work with CORE on actually incentivizing better that side of things. Because where the focus is right now is going after some of the pitfalls we have currently in the county, and that's the big houses with lots of glazing and that are just been proven to be the energy consumers through the study we've done.
From the study with Gabe.
Well, if someone builds
August.
if somebody builds 1,000 square foot house in rural and remote, my guess is they're going to have a lot of money in it, and I want to make sure they're meeting the most stringent energy standards we can stomach. Because it's not an issue of cost for them, but it might only be 1,000 square foot house. So I just want to make sure that we're covered, or at least we contemplate it. I haven't thought it through fully, but I want to make certain that we're looking at this going down the road. If somebody's building 4,500 or 5,450 or 5,650 to get underneath the rule, that kind of defeats part of the purpose.
One of the reasons we kind of landed in that area, though, is because the study also didn't really show that drastic change until you got into about the 4,000,
and I've seen those charts.
So we felt like there was not a need right now to go after that category as aggressively as the ones that were really showing that upswing in the study. So that's where a lot of this focus is there. Now, we did in the rest of the matrix address the existing inventory and the remodels areas, because what was the approach was to fill some of the gaps from the 15.
And this is where this is skimming the cream, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of getting that first hit of the major changes. Now, when we go to 2021, I may have a whole different list of deficiencies that I need to address, and I'll have to bring a whole different presentation to the board probably with the 2021 codes, because we'll be addressing things, the gaps that maybe have been filled by this have been addressed in the 21. Because when we went to that big convention in Carbondale, a lot of the discussion was existing inventory, remodels. They're not being touched. Exactly. They're not being. So when I was cutting edge 2 years ago when I first brought this to you, now I'm kind of in line with where everybody's kind of heading. By 2021, I may be behind the times, and we have to go a whole different route. So that's why I'm not seeing this as the be-all, end-all answer to all your needs code change. In 2021, we may have to do a whole different matrix of the gap fillers to try to address the needs of the 2021 code. Does that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because 2018 kind of flatlined. The international code bodies kind of decided that they had done enough in 2015 to kind of hit a plateau. And to change things in 2018 would change the construction materials and all the other aspects of the home that we talked about, how they'd have to increase the depth of framing members to go to any kind of insulation greater than R49, and how they had to change the structure of the walls and all that. So they flatlined in 2018 and didn't really make any drastic changes to energy or to insulation or U values of windows, because the industry hasn't really caught up to where we're trying to push it.
I want to let her know that we're
So in 2021, we may see some of those changes brought into the code.
Trying to bring it in.
And we may see things kind of starting pushing the envelope on better windows, on a different wall assembly, and a different kind of spray foam even may be out there by the time.
I guess my next question is, are you anticipating a public relations push so people really understand where this is going. So hopefully the community is with us, or we're with them.
Yes.
On this. This is going to be really important.
Yeah, we'll do outreach for sure, because this is going to be a drastic change from what they're comfortable with. And we'll have to make sure that the documents coming in, because there's requirements that they have to submit this when they submit their original plan to us on how they're going to accomplish the aspects of the matrix. So we'll have to educate for sure.
And we're very comfortable with our data in terms of where we are today, given the chart I just put up, which was the kind of the result of the study that August Haas did for us with Holy Cross and Black Hills Energy. So we used that cutoff and then looked at that as far as the matrix was concerned in terms of when things would be triggered for larger energy code requirements.
And that's kind of too where we pulled the tiers for the tiered REMP, house size REMP from those categories as well, where it jumps from 45 to the 60.
I think anecdotally, I was at a meeting with a room full of architects presented to by senior architects, and we brought up the discussion of net zero and pushing for more stringent regulations. And the sense in the room from the young architects, the young designers, is that they were eager to do this. The older ones perhaps are a little bit wiser and have been around longer, but the general sense was, come on, let's do this. So I'm hoping that they're with us, they're leading us on this.
And I can't iterate strongly enough that the goal first is to get your envelope right and make sure you're building a house that's sound. And then you can go net zero by offsetting and doing the renewables and stuff. And like I've said in previous meetings, renewable energy, just for the sake of renewable energy, is not very common in Pickens County. Most of the solar systems, PV systems, and ground source heat pumps are to offset exterior energy use. There's very few systems that are just there for the good of reducing your usage in your home.
That's interesting. Wow.
This is a big change to the whole dynamics.
That's newsworthy. Where'd Jason go?
Yeah, and the other thing too is that
Stuff's
net
always
zero,
blue.
which is great, and I think our perfect example is the housing project in Basalt because of its location and its accessibility to solar, et cetera, on the property, and the ability to locate the buildings properly on the property. And so we have to look at that. I think if we were going to require net zero, how can people meet that requirement without us taking their property rights? So, because a lot of the lots left to build in Pickens County are crappy lots, and they're called that for a reason. And they might not be lots that would be able to be a net zero parcel, so, or building.
And we may need to start thinking outside the box of how we can do offset,
Right.
and some other things that we aren't doing currently.
Right, so
and that
it's
can be
not
part
as easy as,
the growth.
The flat plains of Phoenix, Arizona, the flat deserts, I should say. So it's a bigger conversation for us to get to that mark. But I think encouraging it on properties like the school site is perfect, and it's a great example for us to share.
And what we learned from doing this and breaking it down like we did is that so many things that used to be in the efficient building program or tried to be in the energy code or whatever really needed to live in the land use code, because by the time you've already designed your house and are ready to submit house plans, it's too late to be thinking about orientation. We've had one house get moved 15 degrees to get a better view, recently.
Before or after they cut down the trees.
but to get them to orient right in the first place and orientate
yeah.
right, I guess.
And
Is critical.
Greg's point about the younger generation of architects coming in, I think is very true. It's the clients that need to be, we need to get the clients convinced to build those net zero or to build more energy efficient homes.
Well, and as was brought up this morning, there are the clients out there that'll just pay the fees, and that's their answer. And so we're trying to do something to utilize that money better and to make it.
And a misunderstanding, because some of our clients come from other places in the world, and they may not be thinking in that same mode. So, yeah, there's some hurdles, but we've jumped hurdles before. I think, Steve, did you have something? Because I have you down.
Well, I've got some little things as we go.
We're still on that first section.
Yeah, this is on the next page after that.
Okay. I'll keep you in line, Steve. So the next page, which is page 5, page 4 is clean, except under section 102 rent fee. You have a line through the first R, and I don't know why you have that.
That was just a ghost from the strike-through.
Okay.
I cleaned that up in
Okay.
the version
I
I'll bring
caught
to
that
first
stuff.
reading. Yeah, I saw
So
it.
we're on
There's two of
page
those.
5, so we're on section 104, pre-existing systems. This is we're taking this out, right?
This is the edited version.
Okay.
So if you read through that, it's how I kind of hoped to address pre-existing, as opposed to the way it was addressed. And I have the strike-through version if you want to see how it used to be. I just didn't want to get too deep in all the markups because it gets very cluttered and very confusing very fast.
So this allows some form of credit for systems that were installed prior to a submission of a
Correct.
land use application.
So if they've offset with renewables and the renewables are still fully functioning, they'll continue to have that credit. It's the ones that paid a rent fee, but now it's past its 20-year lifespan, that their credit's gone. And
They're
they'll have
starting
to
at
pay in
zero.
again, they're starting at zero or offset at that point.
Okay.
And that's only, like we talked about this morning, if they come back and want to redo their driveway or redo their
They
patios.
open the door.
Yes, yeah. So existing system that's going well and they're not touching it, can
They're
live
good to
on
go.
forever.
Okay. And then 106,
We missed an item on page 4, though, if we could go back.
Oh, we did?
I didn't highlight it,
Oh.
but it was brought up this morning about the pool covers. And under 101.2.2, I added the line, pools and spas will have a minimum R12 cover, which was what used to be in the energy code, and I'm putting that back in.
101.2.
101.2.2. Insulation
It was
requirements.
insulation requirement.
3 at 4-inch insulation foam or something.
It's basically a floating bubble mat,
Right.
but it actually achieves the R12 in this situation, sitting on top of the water, and stops that evaporation and heat loss through the top.
Oh, huh.
So it's the closest you can get to, I mean, the covers themselves have a minimal R value, the heavy-duty ones that meet the ANSI standard for a person walking on it or an animal walking on it, but they don't have much R value. They could always incorporate all that into one, and the industry may start to grow as this kind of gets forced.
Okay, thanks.
So I have a question on section 102.
Okay.
Down towards, near the end of it, it says no payment. I'm totally confused by this sentence. I don't know what it means.
Oh.
No payment shall be made to an applicant that exceeds the energy use with on-site renewable credits.
So if they come in and they use the REMP calculator, and their REMP fee was $100,000, and they put in 6 kW PV system, but they only needed 4 to offset that $100,000, they don't get a dollar amount credit or any kind of credit towards that additional 2 kW they put in.
Their choice to go up.
It's use it or lose it at that point. So if they
So it's
exceed the
not-
payoff, there's
now
no.
it says
there's no-
payment, but it might be no credit shall be given to,
No, no.
We can-
instead of no
yeah.
payment?
That's from the old
They
ordinance.
actually get a payment of money?
If they paid the fees originally and then came in and put in a solar system or a PV system, we do refund their monies.
Yeah, it's a refund.
Okay, so they actually do get.
There is money, there
in-
could be
In
money.
some circumstances.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, one of the things you mentioned was if somebody put in 4 panels to meet that need, but they could accommodate 6 or 7, and the power could be used for internal use or selling back to the grid, is there an incentive? Are we going to incentivize them in any way? Maybe that's another discussion.
Not in
but-
this, but that's something.
But you do get credit. I mean,
You get
there's-
rent credits.
There's a lot of
I mean,
tax credits and the various credits that CORE.
So the incentives
would
exist.
administer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
They're still there for them. I
definitely.
should know that.
Okay,
Okay, so back to page 5.
page 5. Lots of yellow here.
106.
We already did 104. 106 is kind of a description of the basic guidelines for the house size offset. And that's kind of new wording for sure. A new residence 5750 square foot or more in area, as defined by the building code definition, or a residence receiving an addition which brings the area of the residence to 5750 square feet or more, is required to offset a portion of its energy consumption for the area above 5750 through the use of an on-site renewable energy or through a fee payment. So that's
If
just,
I have 3,000 square feet and I'm going to 6, I mitigate for the 400 and 350 square feet.
correct.
Is that good math?
That's-
Did I get that right?
I'm not going to check it.
Yeah. George?
And if we end up changing those house sizes, that's easy just to to change in here.
The numbers can be altered, yeah. And then that's the beauty of also disclosing the background calculator in the REMP calculator, and all the work August did to help me get to that point of having that structure identified now. All you have to do is adjust those factors now. If the cost of a solar panel or a PV panel goes down, we can adjust that number to make the industry numbers correct as far as the cost that we're multiplying by. So we have that leeway now. So going forward, if we come back in 2021 and say, oh, solar panels are cheaper now, but it's more expensive to put them in or whatever, we can adjust every one of those background numbers now.
Steve, I see you have a
Yeah.
list.
The last sentence of section 106
Okay.
says renewable energy systems installed for this requirement, meaning for the bigger houses, do not qualify for credit for exterior energy use, which I guess means pools, snow melt, those sorts of things.
Yep.
Now, what if someone builds a system that's offsetting both? They just build a bigger system that offsets the
Correct.
house size and that.
Yeah.
They would get credit for that, for offsetting both, wouldn't they?
Correct. Yeah, the way the calculator is designed, and I can bring that up and actually show you. The house size section is a separate section than this pool, spa, and snow melt section. And it used to be that you could do a 2 kW system just to offset your house size. We took that out because that really wasn't doing much. So that sentence, I noticed it this morning that it's still kind of there from that, but it still applies because, like you're saying, they have to do the system large enough to accommodate that plus everything below. So they can't take double credit for the house size offset and then for anything.
It doesn't do double credit, but
Right. But you could do a cumulative
cumulatively,
system.
they make it big enough it can offset both.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I could probably work on that sentence and make that more clear.
So then, the numbers, you're going to clarify those to make sure that they're the same in both documents? To Steve,
This is the final document. Those were rounded numbers.
but regardless, they should still read the same.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
if this
like-
is the final document, then this document should be reflected in this document from this morning.
Yes.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, so that they're not rounded. If we're going to round, we round them all. If they're going to be 536.19, it's 536.19, not.
And some of the reason rationale behind those numbers is, of course, our mathematician, August, made a lot of stuff come out to be rounded, clean deration factors and certain numbers that made the math work better. So that's why my final document kind of varied from what
Okay.
the original discussion
All right,
was.
just as long, I don't care which one you choose, just as long.
No, these are the ones we're going to go with.
Steve?
Well, I don't know if we're, maybe jumping ahead on 201.3.
Okay.
It's talking about spas and package spas of not more than 64 square feet are exempt. Why are they exempt if it's an outdoor thing, even if it's just an 8x8 hot tub, but if it's outside burning up energy, why not have that, people pay for that too?
And that's a remnant from the old REMP. And if you notice, I defined that down to a maximum of one spa per property is allowed to be exempt. Just because historically we've allowed that. Now, if we want that to go away, that can go away. That's always just been one factory-built, fully insulated, plug-and-play type hot tub was exempt from the REMP fees.
Kind you can tuck up on your second floor patio.
Yeah, that was the purpose of that, was just to give them the ability to get an 8x8 plug-in. Now, if they have 6 8x8 plug-ins, yeah, your surface area is losing as much energy
So
as a
none
pool
of
at
them are
that
exempt.
point. So you get the first one,
Oh.
but that's it.
Or
So
if they have a custom built into the deck.
That's
permanent
100%.
thing, that wouldn't be exempt because it's not a package. deal.
correct, that would be subject to REMP.
But still, why, maybe they should have to pay for it, except if it's a package deal, they could pick it up and move it to another.
They could move it in
They
their
could
house.
sell it tomorrow, they could move it indoors.
They could take it with them if they move away.
Maybe the term package spas needs to be better defined as well.
So like a
Prefabricated.
Yeah, and not built in the
Manufactured.
ground or, whatever, but it looks like a term we kind of created, and
I think so.
so we should define it.
I can define that better, for sure.
Okay, next is 201.4 heat tape. And then we're gonna look at heat tape, that will exempt over doorways,
This would be including that.
Yeah, so that's part of your exempt?
Yeah, the exempt 1,000 watts, which is, like I said, about 142 square feet. I chose the 1050 originally, but August tweaked that number a little bit. But the 1050 was because it came out to a nice 150 feet, is why I had chosen that number originally. We can land on whatever number the board's comfortable with as far as an exemption. I could do some additional math to give you what a typical roof would need to at least cover their north side entrances or something to that nature if we want to
Problem
go to
is,
that
we don't
level.
have typical roofs.
We don't, and that's where it gets very complex. So we thought we'd exempt some that could be utilized. We're going to try it with land use to have the orientation and some of the solar sighting and all those things, and the projection factors all kind of make that house be better built in the first place, which should minimize the amount of heat tape and gutter melt that's actually necessary.
Could they come in and appeal if they had 3 extra doorways that needed to be heat taped for emergency or for public safety issues?
I don't know if we want to build in an appeal process or if it would be better to exempt an additional amount. Maybe that's the board's direction that we could maybe shoot for.
Look at that with the attorney.
Yeah, just look at that. I'd rather have it be specific to the need than just exempting, but just see what you can come up with, because I just, again, want to make sure that people have safe ingress, egress to their homes, and, you know, they might not have the opportunity to shovel that when they're, you know, coming from Glenwood Springs and it's been snowing all day.
I just had an issue come up with the snow melt too, about not having any exemption for life safety. Somebody said, well, what about my window? Well, I want to be able to get out if there's a fire, and I want to be able to safely get out of my
You should shovel
house and
them.
my window. Well, and that's the flip side argument is
I did the roof slide during the night, and the fire happens at 5 in the morning, and you're buried in your downstairs basement. Hopefully the fire melts the snow so you can get out, but
so
those are just concerns that we need to be thinking about as we move forward, because we want to make sure people are safe in their own homes.
Is this a typo on 21.4, just the extra dollar sign after the 443?
Probably.
I'm looking at.
Um,
Maybe I don't have it, and then maybe
I
the
think
new-
that's-
is that already
$W?
gone?
I think
Dollars
August
less.
added that to be dollar per watt, but
Okay, 443 per watt.
that's, yeah,
Got it,
443.
thanks.
That can come up.
Okay, last section, are we on that?
House size. So this is the math behind house size. The first section of above 106 was the general description of it. Now we're into the math.
And that's what we discussed at length this morning.
And that's the tiered approach, where houses up to $57.50 would pay the $45, actually from $57.50 up to $82.50 would pay the $45.45 per square foot. And then once they exceeded $82.50, they would pay $60.60 for every foot above the 57.
This says for each square foot above, $60.60 per square foot above. Oh, so if their house is 10,000, they don't get to pay the lower rate till 8.7, they pay it for the whole.
They pay the $60.60 for the whole
Okay, got it.
excess.
Right.
Yeah,
That's another incentive to build small.
correct. That was the goal. That was the direction that we kind of heard.
That's the
The
where the.
resultant square footage is the,
We're just trying, you know, the problem for me is, you know, I understand George's concerns, and I'm pretty much on the same page with the ability to build these massive homes. But the thing is that I think this provides a way for people to make that decision. Do I want to build bigger? Then I'll have to mitigate more. And if I, you know, maybe it'll give them, reason to pause and say, 82,000, 8,200, will work for my family versus 15,000. So wishful thinking maybe, but maybe we can get people thinking.
And so this is a drastic section. This is the first time, as we've said, going really after that additional energy use in those larger homes.
Well, I think we're going to move in that direction, and we'll just have to see what public comment comes in, and doesn't mean we can't reconsider at that point.
Just wondering, my first inclination would be, why don't we just set it at 60.6 per square foot, starting at 57.50? Because then the house guys gets regulated. We know it's going to cost this much more. If you're thinking about 8, you're going to go back. If you're thinking about 7, you're going to go back. Do we cut a break for somebody because they're only going for 6,000? I'm just wondering, what's the psychology behind this? And you're more familiar with it, so I trust you on it, but I want to understand it better.
Well, my original thought was to go with the 60/60. The P&Z actually kind of asked us to go for a tiered approach.
That was their request, I remember
And then I looked at that and compared it to the chart and felt like that was reasonable to kind of see that in that category of the 5 to 8, it wasn't as quick a climb as once you exceeded that 8250. We also correlated those numbers to the TDR program, that the 8250 jumps, that's your first TDR jump, so.
So currently, there's a nexus in this decision. That could change when we discuss house size and TDRs in the future, and then we can come back and change this section.
Exactly.
Exactly, especially if we're going to come back in 2021 and look at it again. I mean, that's basically 2 years out.
In
You're gonna miss
2022.
that.
In 2023.
Oh, 2022. That's right. You can come visit us.
You guys are smiling. Why are they smiling?
She'll be paying attention. trust me.
All my scribblings don't mean I have questions on them. I was figuring it out.
But I thought you raised your hand. No?
No.
Okay, I'm scratching. You're off the list.
So we're doing good?
All right, we're doing good. So now we're at ground source heat pump. Oh, I was waiting for this one.
And on that one, we just kind of tried to standardize those numbers to some industry standards. August really helped in that area. I wish he was here because he really worked on these calculations. But our program's a slightly different than the way the city does it. The city goes for 100% internal and 20% of the external. We looked at that and still felt like going after 100% of the exterior energy use and 20% of the internal was the way to kind of design a system that's functional, would not be a waste of the system because sometimes they can be oversized and they are no longer productive. So ground source heat pump is a very specific way of offsetting, and to make it actually functional and operational, you really kind of have to watch the way that that's designed. So.
I'm just wondering why there's no mention of an air-to-air, a mini-split sort of system. Is that just not in the same category for a heat pump?
Gotcha.
It's not a ground source, but it still, there might be an incentive to put that in instead.
We don't give credit for that in the REMP program. It's really not that productive in this environment, in the mountains. So it would be hard to quantify that. We'd have to do some studies, and the math was already kind of here for the ground source and some of these other
So
ones.
it could be a future
We
discussion.
could look at alternatives.
Technology's evolving, and I don't know how, if it probably hasn't evolved since you've looked at it, but like the hyperheat systems now, which can work better even at, 10 or 15 below zero, which seems as there's some new, just want to make sure that we're not excluding something that might be an option.
I think that as the chief building official, I've always kind of allowed alternative means and methods. So if someone could make a case and demonstrate that it's an equivalency, I think there's some leeway there to go ahead and approve alternative methods. We did that with a very complex ground source. I mean, it was actually a PV system that incorporated these black tiles around the pool that actually are gathering energy throughout the day. And so they have to shovel that section to get their snowmelt system to work. But part of their patio is actually melting their front driveway. So, and they came with a whole proposal, and we went through and analyzed the background data and came up with a way to quantify that as a REMP offset. So.
Does it lead to hot feet?
And you mentioned this in your, this section mentions that that's possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so anything between there and then ordinance 9961. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it looks good.
That's to remind me that all has to be updated to the current change. That was just kind of a heads up.
Okay, don't forget to update
You
it.
mean you're not familiar with
Thank
that?
you very much.
So Matrix, the Matrix, it sounds like a movie.
That's where, yeah, the Keanu Reeves thing. So, yeah, the next one will be Speed or something.
Yeah.
Let me bring that up. Point Break, I guess, would be a good one for REMP.
So of course, my first question is in the red, the top of the page, XX parentheses, 55 or better question mark.
Hadn't really landed on what the perfect home audit number was at the time. I looked at Carbondale's current adoption. I looked at the current code. I believe the best thing to plug in there is going to be 55 or 53. I'll bring that in the final
Okay.
reading. once I really know exactly what a good number is for a house of that size.
Okay.
Down below in the remodel addition section, I think we'll be a little bit more lenient on a remodel of an existing house and go with like a 58 number, which is comparable to where Carbondale landed and where the energy code currently is, to not be too odious on a remodel.
Okay.
But on new construction, we think we can shoot for a higher or a lower number, or I mean a higher score, better score.
Yeah, two questions. One is, do we have some sort of square foot standard at which a remodel starts to kick in? I mean, if somebody's knocking out a closet and got a permit, does that count? Or, yeah, I mean, I'd like to know a little bit about how we define that of a remodel. I mean, I know.
We've had that come up.
Yeah,
We talked about
I
that.
live at Hunter Creek, and it was a number of years ago, but I had them take out a small wall and hide the heat pipe that was behind that wall, so I'd have another 4 inches in my room, and we got a permit and all. But I'm just wondering, is that are we defining when a remodel kicks in?
It's in
Yeah,
here.
that's
It's in here, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, well, I just may have missed it, and
It's just a little further down, Rachel, you'll see.
Yeah, it gets a little more clarity there, and it talks about the remodels that affect the building envelope and
The
actually
envelope.
go inside the walls and are of major
Okay.
magnitude, and then interior only remodels that only have to meet the lighting code and stuff, and so it categorizes. And
For each
and if
one.
we work in conjunction with CORE like we hope, and have the audits first to kind of evaluate where we can go with the remodel and how far it needs to go,
Okay.
I think that would be the best way to approach that and
Okay.
incentivize along the way as well.
And that actually had also just sparked something from our earlier discussion this morning, since the two are so related. Will we be charging some sort of fee for the reinspection of those facilities or the recertification? Or is that a new cost that we will be internalizing? We just talked about inspections or confirmation that the systems are working, and so we need to answer that question.
You know, Rachel, I think it's contemplated more and more that maybe this is something that CORE takes on, not ComDev, that
Right.
it's based on that on-site.
But still, we'd
Right.
have, is there a fee, or do they absorb it in their budgets? It's still that question, whoever's doing it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So did we want to talk job waste, reuse, reuse, recycle, or are we waiting for the next section that we're talking after?
That's exactly why that's highlighted, is because that was kind of transferred responsibility over to the landfill. But we want to work cooperatively with them with requiring the deconstruction plan and helping with tracking that tonnage. And the land use is going to include addressing the exempt below grade areas that are causing a lot of that fill and
Right.
the rocks and whatever to be hauled to the landfill. So that's why that's highlighted mostly. That its life in the matrix is only the fact that we're going to help address the tonnage and the tracking, and the demo permits will have the deconstruction plans associated with those. And that'll all be available to the landfill to be able to track intended tonnage for a property.
Well, I
We
want
haven't-
to make sure we tie in Rachel's thing about, we can't be doing this in our own silo. We need to make sure when it comes to the landfill has requirements for demolition waste that comes from snowmass harassment, because it's coming into Picken County, to the Picken County landfill.
And that'll be Kathy's purview, 'cause that's outside our
Yeah.
building
Well,
jurisdiction.
I
think that's-
agree it's outside your purview, but there should be at least a reference somewhere that says, check landfill rules for
Absolutely.
Oh,
deconstruction materials, or something like that. I mean, we can say it for our own, but we should be clear,
Anybody who's looking through the ComDev section and doesn't think to look at Kathy's section.
Right.
yeah, we definitely have to weave these together,
that's the goal.
these ordinances together. And
Good point, Rachel.
Kathy invited us in on some of her consultant team review of construction and demolition waste, and we have some concepts with that, and I know that she and Brian have gone farther in thinking about how that might line out, so we'll have to come back together.
That's really an outreach and communication for the landfill, because we get materials outside of Picken County as well, so they would not be familiar with these regs in our codes. So it's a landfill issue, challenge.
Definitely.
And some are triggered by building permits, and probably some aren't. So
But I'm saying there's a lot that comes into the landfill outside of Picken County.
Building permit would be
Correct.
triggered in Eagle or Garfield,
Wouldn't have anything to do
Garfield or a
with this, yeah.
municipality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Okay, so then we are to, unless there's any other questions before we get to additions greater than 1,000 square feet? And that's what we were talking about earlier, what triggers. So if you're, remodeling a closet into a part of your bathroom or something, or,
You would only have to deal with the systems that you're affecting or
Okay.
changes that you're affecting.
okay.
Thank you.
And then, under lighting, in the pale orange,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the reason I added that is because currently in the 2015 code, there's an exception just in general for low voltage lighting. And we've gone round and round with that because just because it's low voltage doesn't mean it's high efficacy and high efficiency. So we took that exception out in part of this, right, just to kind of make that a little bit more clear. If they can meet high efficacy with low voltage, then they're fine. It's the high
right,
efficacy, the low voltage that's not high efficacy is not exempt.
right.
So that is the matrix.
Okay, then to the, REM calculations?
Yeah, the reason these calculators are in here, this is how they figure, how an individual applicant would figure their REM fees. So this is just here as a representation of the calculator itself. The first 2 pages are the RREMP and the CREMP calculators, front and back. And then there's a special calculation for how to size a ground source heat pump. And then the final page, in the tiny page, is the background calculations that we've now divulged that show how these calculators work, where those numbers come from. It shows the duration if we wanted to put the duration in, or if we're going for the full $68 on the snow melt. Let me pull that section up because that's where the numbers are.
I just wanted to ask on that, the cost, PV cost for an array, $42.50 per kilowatt of array,
Yes.
and those are fresh numbers, I'm sure that's the most
Those
recent.
were numbers we got in 2016. We can revisit those if we need to. We can go back to those sources and see if those numbers are still accurate.
Tariff might have affected things.
Yeah, who knows, they may have gone up. I was
They
thinking
could
they've
have
gone
gone
down
up
and
and
back
gone
up.
out, yeah. And that's the nice thing now about, like I said, the divulging of these numbers is that we can adjust any one of those factors. If you look at the first 5 factors up there, the 1 kilowatt of array equals the $42.50 of the cost, the 1,500 kilowatts per hour that it's producing, the 20 years of its lifespan. You're trying to increase the size.
Sorry, yeah.
You can treat them like menu items and just say market rate.
It's not increasing, is it?
Only works for seafood.
There it
It
goes.
works for fish.
Whoa, now I'm off it.
Okay, I think Steve had a,
Yeah, back on the very last line of the matrix, it has the
Oh.
garage electric vehicle station.
That was
And for a smaller house, you only have one.
period.
For one vehicle. And on the bigger houses, you have for each vehicle space. So if a smaller house has a 2-car garage, I mean, a small house, it could be 5750, has room for 2 or 3-car garage if the people want. It seems like each space in a garage should have an electric charging thing going from now into the future.
For either category. And that's an easy
Why
fix.
Instead of just one vehicle space, I would say one for each
On each side.
parking, each garage space at least. As long as they're doing the wiring, it's easy to put in.
So make tier 1 and tier 2 the same. It's
That's
one
what I would
per
suggest.
space. Okay. Easy enough.
okay.
Thank you so much for getting
Thanks
through
for
this.
catching that, Steve.
So we will, what are we doing from here with this?
So the hope is I will
But
get
going
on the
back to
calendar.
George's first comment,
Well, George's first comment was, let's pull it all together. And I made a note that we are coming back on October 16th, hopefully with a full review from P&Z on all the land use items that are going to weave, as I say, into all of this. So it would be sometime after October 16th, that we would come back with the full package. Because on October 16th, it'll just be the land use items. As we've gone through the energy today, we'll go through the land use items. A lot you've heard of today, the square footage exemptions for basement space, the siding, things like that, will come before you for your discussion. Once we get some direction on that, we'll pull it all together, give you the big picture that we started off with this morning on what's affecting what. We'll see how many toes of that elephant we actually affect, and we'll go from there. So does that make sense, or is
No,
that
that
waiting
makes
too
sense.
long?
No, that made sense.
Okay.
So we've moved this forward.
We did.
I know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But we won't bring the actual ordinance forward until.
Till we get all these other toes in line
Perfect. Thank you so much.
and
Well,
elephants
if
in
we're
the
doing
room.
the intense brain damage on this, it's important and it looks thorough.
Thank
It's
you.
his and August brain on the
Oh,
numbers.
yeah,
The damage
these
is-
guys, and between he and Gabe, my God, look at the brain cells that were in this room. All right, great,
so
thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we
Thank you for your
are,
labor of love, Brian.
Oh, you're welcome. It's been
we
good.
are Miss Jeanette Jones, please. And yes, this makes sense, thank you very much.
All right. Can we leave now?
I know.
Yeah.
Not often we get Mr. Oken in the room, we're making him stay. All right, please give your names for the public record, we appreciate it.
Jeanette Jones, clerk to the board. And what we're bringing, and Tom Olkin, excuse me, is joining me at the table today. What we're bringing before you today is sort of a housekeeping action, if you will, although it's going to take a formal action to finalize this. The Division of Local Affairs is requesting that we dissolve, or the Board of County Commissioners dissolve, general improvement special districts that are no longer active. And I'll read the citation. 30-20-627 CRS provides that at such time the local improvement district specified by the board has been completed and any debt incurred or bonds issued have been paid, the board shall take the necessary steps to dissolve the local improvement district and further shall declare such district dissolved by resolution. Therefore, ADOLA is requesting that the board pass an individual resolution for each district, which again we'll bring forward to you at another juncture. And the districts are Brush Creek Village General Improvement District, Crystal River Country Estates, Highlands General Improvement District, Holland Hills General Improvement District, Mountain Valley General Improvement District, and West Buttermilk General Improvement District. And a note from Tom, all the districts listed with the exception of West Buttermilk General Improvement District issued debt to finance the improvements. The West Buttermilk General Improvement District was funded by a loan from Pitkin County and was repaid in 1998.
So I have a question. Wonder if, for example, the Holland Hills General Improvement District, they decided they wanted to go back out, and do they have to start all over again and create a whole new district, and they couldn't just resurrect the district that technically had already paid off their previous financial indebtedness?
Yes, they'd have to start over, although Holland Hills currently has a metro district.
So they have
could
another
use-
vehicle.
They have a different district right now. They could use that.
So will we notify all of these districts prior to our dissolving their district and letting them know that if they wanted to go back for another, project, they'd have to start over again? I
Yes.
don't want them thinking that they still have this district, they can just, come up with a new cause and then find out they have to start over.
Yeah, it is
Yes.
relatively expensive to
That's what I'm
create
thinking.
a district in the first place. I'm not against getting rid of any that are, really obsolete, but like Patty has said, and I think you may find that when you try to reach the first contact person from the old documents, they may or may not still be living there, and is there a president of the homeowners association in those areas who we should reach out to for this
Yeah,
decision?
I've
Run into that
run
already?
into that already.
I
But
definitely
we will
think we should
keep
let them know, because maybe they have a project
pursuing
they're
that.
planning, and we can let them just roll it into their existing district.
Yeah.
So, because I'd hate to do that.
Actually, all of these districts, with the exception of Crystal River Country Estates, has a metro district now.
Okay.
Metro districts have multiple purposes.
So they've already.
These were
covered-
single-purpose districts we formed for them as the county.
Okay, well then,
So
let's
they-
make sure we reach out to Crystal River
So
because.
Crystal River's the only one that wouldn't have a district
Yeah.
mechanism right now.
That's good to know, but we don't want to make anybody mad up the Crystal River, so let's.
More mad than they already are.
And I have a letter drafted. I was waiting for this meeting before
And then
we
you bring them,
send
so each
out.
one will have a separate resolution.
Yes, that's the requirement from DOLA.
Does anybody have any other questions? Thanks, Jen, that's good information. Tom, thank you.
It's just to get DOLA to stop sending us bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donors.
Hands.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
So I'll move forward with. the
Yeah, bring them back and just
Okay.
make sure we try and reach out and let everybody know what we're doing, even though they do have a metro, still let them know. And really specifically the one up the Crystal, since they don't have another vehicle to, in which to
Will do.
spend money. Okay, great, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Okay. We are almost back on time. Except I've got, my agendas are changed around because we moved Kara up from 4:15, so I have the old agenda in front of me. So we are doing the waste and recycling ordinance update.
Great room, by the way.
Thanks.
It's my first time.
Oh, really?
So we tried to make you some money for that fund at the landfill today.
That's a nice picture of a dump.
Oh, there's another dollar.
There we go.
Is that a dump or some other form of?
All right. Ready?
Ready?
Okay. Hi, I'm Kathy Hall, Pickens County Solid Waste Manager, and I'm here to give an update on our proposed waste and recycling ordinance. If you recall, back in April 2017, BOCC gave us the go-ahead to move forward on updating the waste and recycling ordinance. The last ordinance was done in 1991, so a lot has changed since then. So we did move forward. We've been working about a year and a half now on putting together the new waste and recycling ordinance. The 1991 ordinance was called the waste hauler ordinance, so it's a little bit more expansive. So really, it feeds into the county's waste management goals. We want to reduce reliance on the landfill and increase recycling and diversion as much as we can. Create consistency with collection practices and standards throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. And obtain information necessary to assess waste diversion opportunities and successes. So the existing waste management system in unincorporated Pickens County, there's collections, there's 6 regular trash and recycling haulers. It's an open market or free market system. Snowmass is not included in that. They have their own municipal hauler within the town limits. Regulation of collection practices is minimal in Pickens County. It's more rigorous in Aspen and Basalt. Aspen, the city of Aspen, has a much more robust waste and recycling ordinance, which I think it was in 2012 they passed that. I could be wrong. It was before my time. Most trash and recyclables and organics managed within Pickens County come to the Solid Waste Center. There are some materials that go out of the county. And then Pickens County's current life expectancy, we're less than 10 years right now. That's not including the expansions we're planning. In a replacement facility, it's going to greatly increase our user costs, particularly if we go with a transfer station route. So really maximizing the amount of life we have left is the goal. So the ordinance development process. So we identified updating the ordinance as a key means of creating recycling incentives. We put together an advisory committee, which included Pickens County, Aspen, Basalt, Snowmass Village, and then to somewhat of a lesser degree was Carbondale jumped in late in the process. We met with every hauler individually and as a group, and we continued to take comments from the haulers, just because they're the ones on the ground, they're the ones that are going to be mostly affected by changes in the ordinance. We went through a thorough public outreach process, and I'll get into a little bit more of the feedback from that. And then our goal is to have the county commissioners, you all, review it and move forward with formalizing the process. We're hoping to kick it off January 1st, 2019. So the existing versus the proposed regulations. So who is impacted? The existing ordinance, the 1991 ordinance, was mostly the haulers. In this update, the new ordinance will include haulers and the subscribers to waste service. Recycling. In the 1991 ordinance, haulers must offer customers the option to recycle curbside or at their business. The new ordinance, the haulers must provide it, and that matches the City of Aspen's ordinance. Recycling will be included, or hopefully will be included, as your base service for trash. We are going with a really true volume-based pricing, or save as you throw or pay as you throw, and I'll go into that a little bit more detail, what that involves. So the old ordinance has somewhat given guidance on variable rate pricing. The new ordinance, they must base residential curbside fees on trash volume. Service levels and pricing incentives are specified in the ordinance. Reporting. Haulers must provide an annual report. Currently, we don't enforce it. It's difficult to get information out of them. The new ordinance, a hauler, they must provide annual reporting and quantities and service fees if they want to continue to haul in Pickens County. And again, that closely matches what Aspen is doing with their haulers. Public responsibilities, no illegal dumping, accumulation of litter, trash and organics, and improved container enclosure. We have a wildlife ordinance. Similar with the new ordinance, no illegal dumping, accumulation of litter. And then the wildlife ordinance, we haven't modified. It'll stay the same. And the trash requirements and container requirements must meet that current wildlife ordinance. Exemptions, self-haulers. We did it in the current ordinance. We don't regulate self-haulers. If you choose not to have a trash service, you don't have to. You can bring it to the landfill yourself. The new ordinance, so self-haulers will still be exempted. We cannot force a person to get trash service. If you still want to self-haul, you can do that. Non-curbside subscribers are exempt from the pay-as-you-throw. And what the non-curbside subscribers are, we're calling boutique service. These are the larger homes which have on-call trash service. The hauler has the little smaller truck. He has access to the garage or wherever the house, behind the house, and actually goes into the facility, the home, and collects this material. They don't put it out at the curb. These are for your larger wealthy homes that are only there periodically, and we'll call a hauler and say, hey, come get my trash and recycling. I was there for the week. So.
But they do still have a recycling requirement?
They do have to have recycling. The hauler must have, whether they provide their own container or they still have to be able to provide that. And then we realize there are certain cases. You may live in a multifamily unit, housing unit. They don't have space in their recycling or trash enclosure to have a recycling container. Other issues, we realize there's going to be some special needs cases. There is an exemption process that we have written in, that if you really are a hardship or some other case, you can apply for an exemption for up to 12 months, and we'll revisit it afterwards. The one thing that isn't listed on here that the haulers, one hauler in particular, brought up is flow control. And that is where, if the county so chooses, we can restrict waste from leaving the county. We don't enforce that now, but it is on the books. We're keeping that on the books in the new ordinance.
Just in case.
It's just an in-case option. We have to protect our revenue streams. So if that becomes, Summit County just went through this. They had to implement flow control. Because a transfer station opened up not too far away, and most of their revenues were leaving the county, which put a real burden on their operations. So. So subscriber applicability. All customers will have recycling service. It's residential, curbside residential, group residential and commercial accounts. These are your large multifamily housing units or business complexes. Commercial, if you are a hotel or a business that has a trash can up front that customers can use, you must also provide a recycling container next to that trash can. And then centralized collection facilities. A good example of this is up in Meredith or Thomasville. They have a community dumpster, but no recycling. So they will also be required, the trash hauler will be required to provide at least some half the capacity recycling in accordance with their trash. So they will also be, these remote locations will also have the opportunity to recycle. Yes, Steve?
Yeah, I've been picturing up on Capitol Creek. And at the monastery, there's something that I guess you would call it a centralized collection facility where different people use their facility. So my question would be, are you going to track everybody, like every household, and make sure that they either are a self-hauler or go to a centralized facility or have a commercial pickup at their own house? Are you going to track everybody to that extent, or is it going to be more voluntary compliance?
It'll be a voluntary compliance. The haulers will have to, we don't want details from the haulers. They're very protective of their customer base, but they're going to have to, through random audit process, show that all of their current customers, so we can try and match up as best we can who has service and who doesn't. It's a continual problem in the valley. Where people that are self-haulers are using other people's trash cans and trash service. That's a difficult problem that's existing right now. That's actually a crime. It's a theft of service. So it'll really be put a lot of focus on to the people that manage those trash containers, enforcing whether locking or something like that. So, yeah. We'll do the best we can. We realize we're not going to capture everybody. So.
Rachel?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for your work on this, Kathy. It's been a while coming, and we've had to, make sure we do it thoroughly and within both the authorities of a county and so on. I was listening to public radio the other day, and I heard that Carbondale has just instituted this sort of same system. But they are going to go to, quote, a single hauler within their town. They're going to give somebody a single contract. I don't believe we have that sort of ability as a county to choose one hauler to be, quote, it would be licensed or permitted or franchised in our community. But that is a problem when a neighborhood has a different hauler coming through every day of the week and the noise associated with that. But it seems like it's really very much of a homeowners association issue to try to work through and see if there's a way to do that, or it just remains with competing haulers. It is a free market and people may find better rates that way. But the fact that we're advancing and coming more in line with Aspen, we're often asking them to come in line with our codes, but we're coming more in line with theirs, is critical. And then we're seeing it throughout the valley. The last point, and I've talked to you about it, but more for my colleagues at the board, is that with China refusing to take American waste plastic recyclables anymore, the market has changed dramatically. And we already know we're subsidizing the cost of, quote, collection and processing of recyclables with our tipping fees of regular trash. But this problem is just going to grow, and I know it's not one we solve individually. You solve it regionally and working with other landfill managers and perhaps the waste haulers, but there's got to be a way to create a market and a reuse of these materials here stateside, or there's just nothing that will happen with them. We're remote. We already know what the issues are. The paper mills are 1,000 miles away for recycling paper and cardboard. But working with communities like Boulder and Summit, and all of us who have a very vigorous recycling program, we just need to find a way to create a coalition that will solve this problem of where is the market for those materials.
And, I brought that up, and I'm trying to think of where I was.
It was COG or something maybe?
Something, and they didn't think the impact of what China was doing, especially with plastics, was going to be that great, because there's evolving other markets, either Canada, something else that's a possibility for those recyclable products.
Yeah,
So.
I'm just saying, I think we need to stay on top of it
Yeah,
and see what
yeah,
the.
I can't, you're right, where was I when I heard that in the discussion?
Yeah.
It's a troublesome
Maybe it was with
issue.
you, actually.
I mean, we don't want to see Canada taking them because they have enough land to just bury it all in,
Yeah.
A different ballgame.
It's a challenge, and with our recycling contract ending in February 2019, we're going to see costs increase. I
Yeah.
mean, waste management's.
Well, and Rachel has a good point for us doing this being in line with the city of Aspen, especially when it comes to a further discussion we'll have about the Rio Grande Recycling Center, because now the county too will be offering, having this recycling within the unincorporated Pitkin County. So I think that's going to be critical to that discussion. So it's a good timing on that. You have, because I know we need to get down to, I've got a lot of specifics regarding the ordinance itself.
We'll just run through the basis of save as you throw and what we're proposing in our ordinance. So it's utility-based pricing. So the amount of trash you generate determines what you pay. And it's based on the size of the container. So if you don't generate a lot of trash and can go with that smaller 32-gallon cart, you pay less. And that's the incentive. So service options can include different trash container sizes, like you see in the photo, multiple containers of the same size. Some people like those open recycle bins, the 18-gallon just boxes. You can have 2 of those along with your 96-gallon. You can have 1 container with different collection frequencies. Service also, again, like I mentioned, it must include recycling. And one of the things we heard from the haulers, one of the large haulers in particular, Waste Management, we are allowing them to show on the trash bill what their recycling costs. Waste Management is big on, we need to start dispelling the myth that recycling is free. City of Aspen does not allow them to do that. They may change that. And we think it's a great idea. It just starts to show people that, there is a cost to this, but it's important, and we'll continue to do this. It does add complexity to the subscriber choices in the hauler service, but the larger companies, Waste Management in particular, they do this all over the country. They say they are already doing it here, so it won't be a big change for them. And as well as the others, they'll figure it out. So just important part of it, non-residential, non-curbside subscribers are not subject to save as you throw, but they must have recycling service equal to their trash service. So if you have a 3 cubic yard trash container at your multifamily housing complex, you must have a 3 cubic yard recycling. We've had a lot of debate back and forth. It can be 96-gallon bins, and we'll work with customers and haulers on that. We did hold 2 public comment meetings, one on July 19th and the other on August 27th. It was advertised through social media, through our webpage. We had press releases out. Nobody came. I just don't think it's a big issue for people right now. According to the haulers, 70 to 75% of their customers already have some type of pay-as-you-throw. They already have recycling curbside. It's not going to affect a lot of people. We do have, and it's currently still open, the Pitkin County Connect portal to leave a comment. We got 1 comment in favor of redoing the ordinance and requiring recycling. The only disappointment in that comment was that we're not including organics and composting. It's a different beast, compost collection. We're just not ready to go there yet. It's a separate, on the haulers, it would be a whole separate vehicle, containers, all that present difficult challenges. We do encourage it in the ordinance. We are seeing an increase in people doing curbside organics collection. There are 2 haulers that will collect organics curbside. And then we held hauler-specific meetings. The public comment meetings for the public. The haulers did show up or were represented, so it did turn into another hauler meeting where we continued to get more comments from them. So it was all not for loss, but questions. I mean, the next step is we would like to bring forward the ordinance and the manager's rules for formalization and adoption, hopefully in October. We do have copies attached to the AIS agenda. However, those are just working copies. They're not, they need to be formatted and given the Jeanette treatment. So.
Rachel.
The Jeanette treatment, I like
Yeah.
that. I actually like your final picture because I was going to ask about bear-resistant versus bear-proof containers and what the haulers need to provide. And are we at least requiring that they be bear-resistant containers? I wouldn't want to get into a situation, which I saw a long time ago with the city, where everyone had these new containers, but then there was just trash and litter strewn all across the streets from when people put it out. Are we saying people can't put it out until the morning and things like that? Or how are we dealing with trash and bears?
Correct. So the wildlife ordinance, which is separate, addresses bear-resistant containers.
I think we should incorporate it into this, at least by reference.
Yeah, it does reference it, so if they have a question on it. I've found our wildlife ordinance and the bear containers is pretty vague. City of Aspen actually goes back to the IBC or IGBC, the International Grizzly Bear, and they really have very specific
Rating on that
requirements
cans.
and ratings. I would like to see us redo our wildlife ordinance to match that. Right now, it has to be an approved container by, the wildlife officer or the solid waste manager. And it's just, it can be the poly carts with simply the latching straps.
Yeah.
Bears are pretty smart, they can get into
Bears
them.
can get into anything. There's really no such thing as a bear-proof. When you talk to wildlife, there are some that are trickier, but they get it,
Well, I guess I'd like to try to bring those two into
Yeah.
concordance at the same time
I think
if
we
possible.
should bring it back and update it at some point. I think that's a really good, we're learning more about the behaviors.
But again,
and about-
you'd hate to see these haulers start rolling out all these new containers and then us have our code change. I think there's got to be some marching together along those lines.
Correct.
So which agency or department would be in charge of our wildlife ordinance update?
Riri?
Riri and I think us combined, yeah, working
Okay.
together. I think the landfill did it last time.
Okay.
For this reason.
For this reason, okay.
Yeah.
So let's have that, take a look.
So, in reading the ordinance and reading the definitions, I'm a little confused. First of all, we talk about, under D, you talk about county manager. The term county manager shall defined as the Pitkin County manager. So that means, John, you're going to be responsible, if you look at the rest of this, for doing all of the verification of the vehicles, because it all comes down to exempt by the county. Everything is reviewed, approved, denied by the county manager.
Or designee.
It doesn't.
It will be amended.
I was hoping because we'd have to find somebody else to do your
We
job.
wanted to be sure that there was, ultimately, and usually there's delegation authority within that, but that if there were an appeal, that there was an appeal within the administrative structure that would come back to me, I think
Yeah.
is the intent there.
But if you
Put his
read
phone number on there.
Yeah, if you read this, you're really going to be busy. So we need to clarify that.
And we did talk about that, and I think
I
we
got a
were
little
assuming
nervous.
some delegation authority in that. I would probably be dealing with appeals, and then obviously if they're not satisfied with me, they're
Let's-
gonna come talk to you guys.
Yeah.
But we
That
didn't
doesn't
put
seem
that.
listed in here at all.
It's
so.
always a
So
option.
normally, by that, it would be Kathy would be the land
Right, but
solid
it,
waste center manager, so
But it-
she would be the one you would designate as the.
Correct.
well, yeah, so we need to
fulfill the-
clarify that in here because it's referred to all the way through the
I
document.
noticed that
County
same
manager,
thing.
county manager, county
It's
manager.
getting kind of bored.
Well, you're not going to be now. The other thing is, under E, it says extended collection service, and then you talk about recycling bins. But under H, there's no such thing as a recycling bin, it's a recyclables bin.
Is this on the ordinance or the manager?
It's on them ordinance. I didn't even get to the manager because I didn't know who the manager was.
Okay. Refined collection.
See, on E, it's recycling bins, and on H, it's recyclables bin. We just need to make sure we're talking the same.
Okay. Yeah, we'll sort
Yeah,
out
so
the
recycling should be recyclables under the definitions. So that was kind of a simple one. And then I did talk to Jeanette. So somebody is, I'm gonna take in a load of stuff in my pickup truck. I don't have to be a registered hauler, I'm considered a self-hauler. Just want to make sure we have clarification, because it sounds like anybody that hauls trash has to go through this, but self-haulers are exempt from most of this.
Exactly. We're
Except for
looking
covering
at-
your load.
Exactly. Commercial vehicles, the private
Yeah.
companies that are designated to haul trash.
And on page 6 of the ordinance, under 3, it says, Roman numeral 3, it says, information for each vehicle by, within or through unincorporated Pickens County. So if I'm going to Marble to pick something up, I'm going through Pickens County, I have to have my vehicle registered or whatever we do?
That's a good clarification.
Because it says within
Well,
or through.
If they are picking up in Marble outside of the county and hauling it to South Canyon, it doesn't, we don't
But
need.
it says if they're driving through, so we need to.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Because, sometimes you got to go through Pickens County to get to the rest of the world.
Absolutely.
And then, like I said, the manager's thing, you said it's still a work in progress, so if we just clarify that, who that manager is, because it's not me, and it doesn't sound like it's him either. So.
And it will be me ultimately if there's a conflict or disagreement with Kathy. One, to be clear where that, final resolution lay. And so some of these issues probably will elevate. The other thing to note is that, the magic that Kathy was referring to earlier, this will end up being a code amendment, actually, and so the ordinance and such will be reflective of the code amendment, and the code amendment text will be separate from the ordinance.
And so we've
Yep.
got a ways to go to get to those readings on that. Okay, great. We're getting there. We
are getting there.
Any other questions?
I have a question about, it's on page 9, recyclables contamination. I was just trying to clarify what, it's like every load has contamination probably in the recyclables. Or else you'll have a regular trash thing that is contaminated with a whole lot of recyclables that should have put in the recycle bin, and I'm trying to understand what enforcement or regulations we have to encourage more people to put the right thing in the right container.
So the haulers at the curbside, when they're collecting recyclables, if they're going to empty the recycle container, they see more than 25% of contamination of materials that are not approved as single stream. In the manager's rules, we have a very specific list. They can deny collecting that recyclable container. And a lot of other communities handle this for them, and we'll help provide haulers educational pieces. Either they leave a tag on that container, your recyclables weren't picked up, to try and educate them, because recycling is confusing. So hopefully educate them for next time that, hey, styrofoam doesn't belong in here, it belongs in the trash. Now, vice versa, if there's a bunch of recyclables in the trash, we're not ready at this point in time, enforcement-wise, force people to recycle. Like New Jersey, certain communities, you can't, if you are throwing recyclables in your trash, you get fined. We're not ready to go there yet. If you don't want to recycle, you don't have to recycle. You have a bin to recycle, but you don't have to.
So we have the fines for first offense, $500 for violation and penalties, but we're not going to do that yet for just contaminated, ignorant people putting their trash in the wrong place.
Right. This becomes like, if it becomes a problem, people overfill. I'm going to get the 32-gallon trash container, but I really need a 96, and I'm just stuffing my 32 full. The haulers can refuse service or, give them a notice of violation. Then we can go out and say, hey, stop it. We're not going to slap a $500 fine, first of all. Educate. But then if this is becoming a continual problem, then we can start enforcing the fines for overflows, improper containers, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Because is the city of Aspen's recycling mandatory? Gray area, but I think it is. Rachel may know. I think it is mandatory, but they've never really enforced it.
They need up to enforcement.
Yeah, my understanding was it had to be offered and paid for, but if folks were throwing recyclables into trash, I don't know that
There's no sorting that goes on.
I thought it was, or maybe they just said that to scare people.
It's kind of a price incentive that the less trash you have, the lower your bills will be. And by taking your recyclables out of your trash, you'll have less trash, but it's not, they don't sort through trash to see if you're doing it or not.
I'd just like to clarify that, because I thought it was, and I thought that was interesting, so, and it was another thing, we'll educate, not enforce, but I think they had that in there if it became an issue, so. Okay, any other questions for Kathy?
Just on the, working with the haulers on educating people about separating and overfilling, and, will there be requirements for the haulers to enforce their own rules or to follow up with people? Are they going to do this voluntarily, or are they required to? And maybe it's not enforced, but at least to inform people. We're talking about education. And I keep thinking about composting. You talk about it being a profit center, so I think, well, gee, let's try to promote that. But we have to educate people. And I'm wondering, I'm thinking about my hauler. We're in Brush Creek, so we won't have this system. But it would be great if the haulers were paying more attention to the violations, because everyone needs a reminder now and then to separate properly and not get sloppy and clean up the mess. And I'm just wondering, is there any way we can encourage everyone to do that through the haulers? If they're the first point of contact.
Yeah, as part of the reporting, they'll have to do annual reporting to us about where trash went, did any of it go out of the county, just to try and get a handle on it. We're also asking them to provide, did they have problem customers, how many loads did they refuse to pick up? They track all of that, so we're hoping they think it will be fairly easy for them to provide, hey, we, 25 customers, we put a notice on in December, whatever, so we're hoping to get that data. And then we're also, like City of Aspen does, we'll provide them with the education materials. Because some of the smaller haulers aren't as sophisticated in the education and outreach piece of it. It would be too much of a burden, so.
And this will be, whatever notices put out are probably going to be multilingual or bilingual.
Yes,
right.
Absolutely. And then in their quarterly bills, I think most bill quarterly, so we'll have that information available.
Great.
And it was the ACRA meeting where you presented that I brought up the question. I knew it would come to me. Great. Anything else? Thank you. And that's a great picture.
We'll continue to work through this and get it cleaned up and bring
Is that our regular bear at the landfill?
We named him Lima Bean. He was a little skinny yearling that was out, and he was just that day was having the best time in the recycle pile. So I haven't seen him recently, but we have a handful that are regular still.
Yeah,
so.
okay. That's
Not as
pretty
many
cool.
this year. We haven't seen as many.
They're coming, because I've noticed them, there's more signs in my neighborhood, so they're coming into town.
I left work last night and rounded the corner to go to my car, and there was this huge black bear, and I was like, oh.
Hi, do you need a ride?
Just following you home.
You need a ride, yeah.
And Hillary was walking, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. I saw one with the dumpster turned over and the lid of the dumpster folded back. I'm thinking that must have been a bear.
There's some big ones, though.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it, Kathy. Nice to see you. All right, we are going to keep moving. We are now kind of switching our agenda from where our original was. We're doing no, Kara, you're up. John felt that Kara didn't have enough work to do, so he created a new project for her, right, John?
Mm-hmm.
And so she had her put together a slideshow to explain the employee paid time off policy. And I believe we have members of staff who were part of this policy. So please introduce yourself to the public.
Sure. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the election manager in the clerk and recorder's office.
And Kara Silbernagel with the manager's office. And then behind me is some of the wonderful employee leave working team that has been working dutifully on this since really last August. So before I kick it off, I do want to acknowledge all of their time that they've dedicated.
A year ago, August?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So all the time, monthly meetings that they have put in outside of their regular jobs to really give some quality input on this project. So just really quickly, some background, kind of why do employers provide paid time off? It's to promote well-being, encourage job retention, ultimately really to provide a support mechanism for employees in times of need to be away from work, promote effective and productive public servants, and also ensure stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and also promote some employee accountability. So what really kicked off this project is at the end of 2016, the county did an employee opinion survey, and one of the common themes that got pulled out as the big rock discussion was the need for flexibility and looking at our existing leave benefits. As leadership started looking and evaluating that feedback, it came to light that really the leave program had not been comprehensively evaluated in over 30 years. And that really some anecdotal feedback from both current and past employees suggested that it really wasn't meeting kind of the organizational values of what's listed above. And that it was also, after 30 years, no longer competitive with peer organizations, public or private. And one of the big things that got called out was this, as the employment recruitment really became a crunch, is how new employees go into the negative, actually pretty often into negative accruals in their employment because of the way that the holidays are set up, as well as it also came to light it's not unique to just new employees. It's also when you start to look at the holiday schedule that there's a compaction of 7 of the 10 holidays fall over 4 months. And so even employees that have been here and are very prudent with their time still can have accrual banks that diminish. And so from that evaluation, the employee team came up with, before I go there, sorry.
We thought we'd give a refresher on what the current existing policy looks like before we move into the changes that are proposed for your consideration. So currently, employees have 2 banks of leave that they accrue with each pay period. One is an annual leave bank that can be used for time away from work, and is also the accrual amounts are intended right now to include time to cover holidays that the county observes. Then there's also a sick leave bank that employees can use for illness, injury, doctor's appointments, if they have a family member that is ill, has doctor's appointments, et cetera. And the buckets here, the annual leave bucket is larger than the sick leave bucket because the hours per pay period represent that proportion. So more hours go into the annual leave bucket with each pay period than the sick leave bucket. And then we also, our current program has 2 tiers for accrual rates. So as an employee, if you've been employed with the county for less than 5 years, you receive 1 rate of accrual per pay period for both your annual leave and sick leave, and then a higher rate once you've reached 5 years of employment and beyond. All right, so with the current program, Kara has these great visuals here. The sick leave bucket kind of shows heavier here than the annual leave bucket, because what has happened over time is that employees who have been here have accrued very large sick leave banks. So they have more in their sick leave bank, and then their annual leave bank, people are drawing off of regularly and drawing typically down as much as they can to cover the holidays that the county observes and vacation time or, personal days, things like that. Currently also the county offers additional support programs that maybe in the past might have drawn from that sick leave bank, such as the short-term disability, long-term disability programs that support employees as well. So those are the current leave program that we're operating under.
So I'm not going to walk you all through the equations, but I think for most of the employee work group who are not HR experts, we all learned some of the intricacies of the existing program. And so right now, when an employee leaves the county, they are cashed out on a certain level of those hours that are sitting in the sick bank. Don't ask me how the formula came up, but the formula is
there.
It's kind of like pi. It's 3.14. It's after 80 hours, up to 400 hours are paid out at 1/3. So, but what that amounts to for the county is at the end of the year, there's actually a liability that we're carrying in our financial books of roughly $460,000. And so that's if all of a sudden the county was to shut down and we had to pay out for all employees. It's not realistically going to happen, but we do carry that on some of our financial books. And then in addition to some other liabilities is because the holidays are integrated into those annual leaves, when an employee leaves, they are paid out at 100% of whatever is sitting in their annual leave. So we are, depending on how that employee might have used those holiday accruals, actually paying out some level for that holiday time. Trying to do the math is not realistic, but it is also an additional payout that we carry over in the existing program.
Can I ask a question on a holiday? I thought that if someone wanted to work on a holiday, then they could just take another day off in lieu of that. How is that different than this?
It's not consistent, actually, department from department, George. So we allowed some floating, but formally the way, and that was not really recognized within our leave policy, per se. The board each year approves a set of holidays that are supposed to be days taken by employees. As a practice, we've allowed some floating. And at the same time, we've had, a number of employees that have to work those holidays, which we'll be talking about here in a little bit. We can probably do a better job on our compliance with fair labor standards and such on those folks.
So like employees that work in the airport that have to work on Christmas.
Our deputies, our dispatchers, if we have a child welfare call, there's a number of departments that may be required to work on holidays.
So as we started to evaluate our existing program, we compared against some of our peer organizations. And in the chart that's here, just for your reference, we were pretty aligned with the city of Aspen. The city of Aspen actually switched their program back in about, I think it was 2013, I believe. So because we were somewhat joined at the hip for quite a long time, that's why the pre-PTO is at pre-2013 of how we looked before and how we look, you'll see how we look after. But the big thing to call out here is each of the other entities provide those holidays up front to an employee when they start. So again, it's not cashed out, it's not a benefit, but there is time off when they start. For us, when a new employee comes on board, we allow them to go into the negative. So they accrue negative accruals. So if I was to start on August 31st, I would have had 8 hours of negative for Labor Day and built up that accrual as I moved forward. And so that's while the days are pretty consistent, it's really what you get when you come on board and how that feeds over time. And then the other feedback was just being able to recognize employees for their service over their time at the county. So while we're aligned with the city of Aspen with the 2 tiers, Snowmass and Garfield County and many others had 3 to 4 tiers. And so really looking at how can we create those incremental steps of recognition.
Can I make an extra comment?
Yeah.
there? Another thing that came up that was contributed by some of the HR folks was that by recognizing employees earlier in their tenure with the county could help incentivize their staying employed with the county. So. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the group that got together, the individuals who worked on this leave policy working group subcommittee of the AIM team, really represented lots of different disciplines. We have people from the airport, sheriff's office, from, internal services, external facing departments, as well as different tenures within the county, employees who've been here less than 2 years, employees who've been here 30 plus years. And so it produced some real robust discussion. And when looking at the problems or considerations that Kara first presented, we developed some guiding principles to help shape what we thought the future program should look like. And so our goal statement is to encourage and honor employees' personal needs and well-being by balancing mutual public and employee trust to create a happy, healthy, thriving organization that supports a work-life balance. And we wanted to develop a policy that reflects the values of the county, meets the county's purpose of providing paid time off to employees, is competitive within the market, and maintains fiduciary responsibility to the public. And then we hoped that it would be kind of more flexible and maybe more simple for employees to understand than the current policy.
So from there, we changed the buckets a little bit and changing vernacular as well. But paid time off is really providing more of that flexibility where it's not just for vacations, but it's also for those doctor appointments, family and personal care, taking care of a child, that it's really more for those everyday needs that we all face in our lives. And then from that, we reduced the size of what used to be the sick bucket. We've reduced it to what we're calling the major sick leave. And it's kind of that little safety net that after 3 consecutive days, so I get the flu for 1 day, I'm going to tip into my PTO. If I have the flu or knee surgery, then I have a little bit more of a safety net in that major sick leave. And that major sick leave no longer is cashed out. It is just, it's there for if you need it, but it's not a benefit.
It doesn't accrue.
It does, yeah, it's not a cash out option. And then the holidays as well are their own bucket, but you get that at the time of the holiday. To George's point, some departments, depending on their needs, for example, airport or sheriff's office, can't allow everyone to take off Christmas Day, so some might be floating those days. But the employees get those at the time that the holiday occurs, but again, there is no cash out, there is no accrual of those holidays. And then reflecting some of the other values that we came up with is creating 4 tiers to really, on 2 levels. One, acknowledge that to try and get that recruitment within those first couple of years, and then also those longer serving employees to really be on the 5-year, the 10-year mark to acknowledge that service as well.
Yeah. Just a little more clarification on a couple of things. On the holidays, for someone who must work the holiday, they get to take a holiday on another day. So it does accrue to them, but just not that day. And then during that day when they're working, they're paid time and a half.
Yes.
For working the holiday. Thank you. I think that's appropriate.
That's a great way to.
And fair. And then the second is just a broader question. We, of course, have had people who've had major life illnesses and that take significant amounts of time. And there's been people who will donate their extra days or donate days out of their bucket to help that person. Is that still possible?
Yeah, the group is still working through this, as they could all attest to. What we are looking at is a voluntary sick leave bank, and so if this program is initiated in 2019, kind of in the spring, that people can volunteer 8 hours to participate, and then anyone that volunteers to participate can pull from that as well. So in the event that you have an injury or illness to yourself or your family members, you would be able to request kind of that pool of hours that sits in that bank.
But could you also have people donate from their paid time off bucket?
Yes, they will be pulling. Yes, they will be donating.
And Rachel, I just want to, I think I heard you say that the major sick leave does not have an accrual. It does have an accrual, so that bucket will be growing. I may have misheard you.
Yeah, no, I didn't, I was thinking about the holiday accruals.
Okay.
But, so over time, someone would accrue more paid time off for the major sick leave. The annual is just a replenishing bucket. Best way to put it. Okay, thank you.
And I think one of the bigger changes is a little bit of the philosophical change from the employee perspective, is that major sick leave is not cashed out when you leave.
Right.
So it really is a protection to the employee and a protection to the institution rather than something that people see as an earned benefit.
Great. I really like this, and it seems a good modernization. I think that most agencies are now putting personal time in with sick time, in with your paid off days, holiday days, and letting the employee use them as needed during the year.
I have a concern about the 3 consecutive days, because some people don't necessarily have, their scheduling isn't a Monday through Friday. So for example, when I worked at the hospital, I didn't work very many 3 consecutive days because of childcare. So I worked like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I had to be sick for a week to get into my sick leave. So I don't know how we can address that for some departments where people may not work, if the majority of their schedule isn't like a consecutive Monday through Friday type of arrangement, and how we can be a little creative there for those positions.
I think that's a great point, and as the group has worked through it, it really is a guidance. It's a high recommendation. It still does sit with the supervisor's discretion, so if there is an event for an employee, the supervisor still does have that discretion. And I will also say that if an employee is approved for intermittent FMLA leave, that consecutive time completely goes away, so they can tap into it right away.
And I really think it's great that we have always, or for 30 years, whatever, extended it to sick days to employees' family, because the hospital didn't do that. So when you had a sick kid for a week, you could not even get into your bank to begin with. So only you could be sick, even though you had to be home with a sick child. And they always would say, well, let your husband stay home with the sick child, which doesn't always work well. Sometimes mom needs to be home with those little ones. So I'm glad to see that we recognize the importance of that for family members to be able to take care of family members.
Again, not going to belabor this slide, but in your packet, just so you know, the proposed program, I had some errors in there. So the total days per year in the proposed program is 35 days. In your packet, it was 34 days because I didn't add up correctly, and I didn't have listed out the new tiers. So as you can see, we are now more aligned with Garfield County, and a lot of the other Eagle, Snowmass, Carbondale all have actually quite a few more tiers than City of Aspen. And to Rachel's point, I think one of the biggest successes that this team recognizes, no matter what department they're in, is really being able to pay employees that are required to work on those holidays and be away from their families.
I think that's critical.
I just wanted to know if you could elaborate a little bit more on the tier structure. I'm just looking at the 0 to 2 years. What happens in the first 2 years?
You still have an accrual, or can I go to the next slide and show you? That's probably
you can get back to it. I just didn't want to forget.
This will describe it best. And Kelly gets to describe it.
All right. So as you can see here, our current tiers are on the left-hand side where we have up to 5 years, and then a 5+ years are the 2 current tiers. And so Kara has shown this as splitting up into the 0, and that's really through 2 years of employment, and then your 3 through your 4th year, your 3rd through your 4th year of employment, as those would split up. And really what's happening is we're moving flexibility into the PTO category that currently goes into the sick bucket. And so that puts more days into the paid time off, which would get you for their first 3 days of an illness, or for people who aren't sick, have that flexibility to use that time in a different manner throughout throughout the year. And then the holidays are broken out for the 10 days, where those are just given. They don't need to be accounted for as part of your PTO bucket from paycheck to paycheck. So from the first tier, you can see it goes up where an additional 4 days are given from 3 to 4 years into PTO, and then another 4 for the 5th through 9th year, and then above 10 years of service is how those accruals are recognizing longer-term service with the county.
And then just for reference, I didn't put it up here, but how then we compare with Garfield County is actually we're pretty well aligned in that they're kind of at 34 days, 39 days, 43 days, and 49 days. So we actually now are more competitive with Garfield County as an employer looking up and down the valley.
And it's my understanding that staff in general has been informed or just told that this is in the process, and we haven't heard or so far of people who are really objectionable to this change. I mean, I want to know how it's going to affect the people who it's going to affect.
Sure. Well, we've made this a long process for good reason. John has gone out in the manager chats and talked about the conceptual model, but all along the way, representatives from this working group have gone out to their staff, and we've solicited feedback and really have been able to take that feedback and make different changes of how to reflect their concerns.
And we'd like to be able, we're coming up on open enrollment, believe it or not. And so we'd like to be able to communicate these changes for 2019 along with the other benefits.
Does the Board of County Commissioners have to take any formal action on this?
No formal action, but we would like the board's, consent and approval to move forward with it.
Yeah, I think this is great. And can we not wait 30 years to look at this again?
15 at most.
Okay, good. I'll go for that. I'll take what I can get. All right. Anything else? Thank you all. We really appreciate the time you all put in, and I think this is great. And thank you for looking at those special circumstances.
Nice.
Thanks, Patty. If I could just echo a shout out, the team really did impressive work. This is not an easy issue to tackle within the organization in a way that really, I think, creates a win on all sides.
Well, I think the transparency with employees.
Thank everyone in this room and everyone that worked on it who's not in the room.
We thank all of the employees.
I can tell you put a lot of thought into this and probably were juggling numbers all over the place.
And thank you for not clarifying that calculation process. We understood it totally.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Okay, we have one more, and then we're going to take a break. We have review of future agendas. Mr. Peacock, do you have anything for us?
I actually have no notes on future agendas for you today.
You must have something.
Patty always has something.
Well, actually, I just have one little thing. John, you might not know the answer. On Wednesday, the 26th of September, we have Skybeam subdivision. Is that Buttermilk, West Buttermilk?
Again? Yeah.
I think it is, but I better check with
I think
Cindy.
that is. I think it's that first lot that we went through.
I looked at before, yeah.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that we have notification. Well, they should, but we had a lot of comments from the West Buttermilk homeowners, whether they're in the real association or one of the associations.
Right.
Because I don't want to have something come through after all the work that went into the first approval. So
Yeah, especially if it's a modification of the first
It
approval.
is, and I think it might mean an additional house, so we'll have to see what
However,
happens there.
they're doing it.
I think that's all. We have a lot of budget coming up in October. I was trying to be out of town for all those, but it doesn't look like I worked that out well. So, George?
I may be out next Tuesday. I have a jury summons, so we'll see how that works.
Yeah, there you go.
Go in the front door of the courthouse, please.
Always. I just wanted to mention that the Tuesday, October 2nd work session in the afternoon, we're meeting with Eagle County, and I may miss that portion of that work session. I'm driving to Denver that evening and flying back from my 40th high school class reunion that weekend, and so I'm going to see how the roads are doing, and may be able to just leave from Eagle, but I may just leave over the pass. So.
Okay. All right, and then we're going to have a discussion next week, I think, on what we're going to talk about with Eagle, or at some point. Okay. Anything else? Grassroots, 15 minutes, guys, because we haven't had a break for a while.
Okay.
Does that sound good? All right, Grassroots, we're going to take 15. Thank you. Great. Welcome back. This is Tuesday, September the 11th, 2018. This is the final items on the Board of County Commissioners work session agenda. And again, please give your thoughts and prayers to the families impacted by 9/11 17 years ago. We did a celebration of life, I would like to call it, over at the fire station today. And I want to thank the community for turning out for that. So let us move forward. And I think we have open discussion first.
Yeah, and I do not have anything, so.
It's because you've been so busy working at the landfill. George, please, and then Rachel.
I mentioned this to John last week. I had a constituent who was walking up the Aspen Mountain up on Summer Road and got passed by about 5 or 6 ATVs just zipping up there. And I talked to Brian Pettit about that, and he said they've tried putting signages up, but every time they put a signage up, someone steals it or tears it down. So we're just going into hunting season now, so we're going to probably see a proliferation of ATVs zipping around on county roads, and unless they're licensed, they're illegal. So I'm not sure what the solution is, what the answer is, but we're getting into a season where we're going to start to see some impacts.
Yeah, so we have our enforcement officer that we've jointly hired with the Forest Service who has been issuing citations. I suspect they will be busy, but obviously one individual cannot cover
Both sides of the mountain.
both in terms of just time and geography, all the areas that are likely to be impacted. I did run into Chief Pryor and mentioned it to him, and he invited a follow-up conversation. He did not think they were seeing a lot of enforcement issues. At this point, it's probably mostly out in the county. I know this is something that staff has been kind of wrestling with our code enforcement capabilities just in general to be able to chase these down. I don't know exactly what the answer is, George. I know we're going to be keeping, for anyone listening, we do have an enforcement officer who is going to be keeping a close eye on this. We'll be keeping a close eye on it as county staff, and it may be something that we want to consider during budget is, does the board want to put more resources into code enforcement for these types of issues?
George, and I'll query my son-in-law who's up on the mountain every day working on Summer Road and see if he's seen an uptick, or have him get back to me if he sees it with hunting season, so we can. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask the sheriffs to maybe do just a partial or something going up the back of Aspen Mountain on Midnight Mine or Little Annie's, just to have a presence.
Yeah, I would suspect it would be Summer Road, Little Annie's, or Express Creek for hunters.
I haven't seen the proliferation of them in town like I have in years past, which has been
Right, because they're not
nice.
leasing them in town anymore.
And it's quiet. I did see one the other day who quickly turned into an alley. don't know if he knew I was coming at him or he was just going the other way, but yeah, it's a good point. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. Last legislative session, the appointment process for the State Child Welfare Allocation Committee was changed to allow by kind of regions, counties to vote for their potential appointee, whereas in the past, it only went directly through CCI into their executive board to make the appointments. And so it was changed in many ways, but to basically say you don't have to be a CCI member to be appointed. And we are supposed to cast a formal vote as a board, I believe by the end of this month, as to who we would like to represent us. And Dan Gibbs, it's kind of this hybrid because we do get together as the Mountain District for CCI, and we did this earlier in August. They've put out a call for anyone who would like to put their name in for that committee, and Jeannie McQueenie, I believe, from Eagle County is the only one who's put their name in. And I was just reminded of this because someone had sent Dan their county's formal vote. And so I don't know if we want to add it to, Wednesday or a meeting further in the month, but we do need to take a formal action as a board to make a recommendation of who we would like to serve on that. And I would suggest Jeannie McQueenie, but that's different.
I would vote for Jeannie McQueenie too.
Yeah, I haven't even heard of a second person from within our district who's put their name in, so.
I don't have any problem supporting Jeannie. That's kind of her,
Yeah.
that's her passion, but we may be, I mean, she's up for reelection, so.
Yeah, well, we'll find out then, and the appointments don't take effect, I don't think, until January, so
they can
we would
always-
have an opportunity to change that if.
If something happens,
something
okay.
happens.
So,
I mean,
it sounds like maybe the board just gave staff direction to communicate that you would support
Yeah.
as an administrative item.
I don't know how
Okay.
we do that, but Rachel probably knows.
Yeah,
Do we
okay.
need a-
If you could let me,
Yeah, we need to check in with Dan Gibbs, because it is the first time they've done this process, and it's just not sure if you send your votes into the state
Did
for
his,
them to count, or to
did his
Dan.
and I
emails,
guess if we need to know if it needs to be a resolution of the
Okay,
board or if it can
I
be a
will-
letter representing
I'll
direction.
email Dan and find out what it is, but as long as we've discussed it now, we can move it forward. Thank
yeah,
you.
go ahead.
I want to go back to the Summer Road question again, because I think I may have heard from the same person or someone else, but I heard a similar comment. And I think that if we could query the residents at the base of Summer Road, because I hear from them fairly often about activity in there. But then also just visitors on Little Annie, Midnight, Express Creek, top Richmond Hill, because the impression I get is there is more activity up there with ATVs, and there's more kind of a disregard for staying on the roads and impact on the meadows, and that concerns me a lot, and I have heard the same thing. So I would love to revisit that, whether it's at budget season, and certainly speak with Chief Pryor about maybe we need to do a little more outreach to find out what's happening. Just because we don't know about it doesn't mean it's happening at this point.
Yeah, and I think the where he was coming from is that the same concerns about the ATVs and off-highway vehicles being rented and, from town and used up on Summer Road, they're not seeing that activity.
That's gone away for the most part.
That's what he
Where
thought.
have they moved to? Where have they gone?
They're not, they're doing e-bikes, and most of the
Yeah.
places they're not doing, they have a big e-bike business going on, and they didn't have, I talked to the one over by the Little Nell, and he said, we're fine moving past that. So, and I haven't seen any of the trailers hauling 8 of them up to the top Aspen Mountain and parking them up by the gondola building. I haven't seen that this year either, but doesn't mean I haven't missed it, so. Any other open discussion? Seeing none. Nice to know you got your bus out of the barn and you could get here. They told me I had to say
There's
that.
this bridge thing going on somewhere in town.
Oh, that's right. So did you put the siren on and get your way through?
Boy, it was tempting today.
Well, welcome. So we are here for a internal services ambulance facility update.
Very nice.
That was
thank
a
you.
tough one
That
for
was
me to
tough,
say.
wasn't it? Well, thank you, Patty. Chair and commissioners, thank you. Gabe Muthing and I are here in front of you to bring you up to speed on what's happening with the ambulance facility. Last time I believe we were in front of you, we had just finished up the planning process with the city. So it's been a bit since we've been here, but there's been a lot of work behind the scenes. We're happy to report that a lot of time spent with the city in the permitting process, and we were able to get our permitting for the parking lot separated out in a phase 1, and then just recently we're issued our building permit for the phase 2 for the building itself. So I do want to commend the city in hitting some deadlines that we had kind of put in front of them, because it was critical that we had to have those to make this project work, given the winter time coming up on us rather quickly. So since that time, we've formed a team. We're approaching this project the same way we did this building. We've formed a team that Gabe and I sit on. Steve Selby represents a hospital. We have FCI, that Brian Young, who was on this project, is also now on our ambulance project, and Brady from FCI, and then new architect out of Grand Junction, and that's Chamberlain and Associates, and they've just done a great job in conjunction with Studio B. They've partnered with them, and Studio B's been real effective in getting us through kind of the local process here. So it's a great team we put together. We have Susan is representing Mark Wood is representing us out of the HHS building, because we'll tell you a little bit about some of those challenges we're having right now of trying to separate this building from the ambulance facility that's going to be right next to it. And she's been doing a great job with that. So we have had a lot of communication, a lot of sit-downs with the tenants within that building, and just discussing the flow around that building and how we're trying to work that out. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and walk through these. Gabe's here to answer any questions you may have specific to the operations and how that's all rolling out. But I thought I'd just run you through a few slides here. As I mentioned early on, we have separated these into 2 separate projects. So the focus right now really is on the parking lot. But to do the parking lot, we have to do the utilities. And it's been a major undertaking. This is a shot looking across Castle Creek. As you can tell, we had to go in, put in a sanitary sewer across there. FCI did a great job in getting a good flagging team put together. We got through this. They worked in the evenings to try to lessen the impact in the community. But you can see the trench that was put through there. That has all now been tied in and has been patched over. So we're through Castle Creek, which was one of the big milestones for the project itself.
Can I ask real quick? Is the fiber line going up Castle Creek? Is it that work started? Do you know?
No, I don't believe it started yet, but I do know it's planned.
Because somebody asked me why we were allowing the fiber to go in, and we weren't doing the new Castle Creek pedestrian bike trail. And I bet this is the project they saw, and they misinterpreted it as the. Okay, so that's
Probably
a good point for me. I had to clarify.
Cable layer of some sort heading up past the music school. I've seen it progressing up.
Well, we'll have to check on that.
Yeah.
Maybe they're coming from the top down.
But I bet he saw this.
We are working with the city and our broadband. So we do know that there's going to be activity through there, but I understand that they're going to be doing a lot of that. It's going to be done through boring and not going to be disrupting the side of the road. But we'll definitely keep our eyes on it.
But I bet
keep you
that's
posted.
what he saw.
I'm sure.
Probably so.
This is a shot looking up towards the HHS building. You can see it in the far background there. And this is what we call the south side. So the upper picture is the installation of the curb and gutter. This was 2 weeks ago, and then this past week, you can see that they've now got that all poured, and that's the sidewalk that leads up there. And you can see the fencing. What we've had to do is move that in and out, because that is the single path into the building that we've been taking all the clients, all the certainly all the staff that work in that building. So it's been quite a different avenue to get into the front of the building itself, but they've really adjusted to it well and appreciate their patience with it. This is a shot looking right down the middle of the parking lot that it was before. So this is conduit that has been installed now for the site lighting that'll go there. We had a lot of discussion about the level of lighting within that parking lot. We're trying to honor certainly BOCC's request to keep the lighting levels as low as we can, but also make it safe. And we ended up hitting a good spot with that with our electrical engineer. This is kind of a boring picture, but it's just a hole in the ground. Yeah, that the light poles will go in. These are the bases, but what it shows is a little bit of an indication of what they're having to dig through there. We ended up having to extend some of our working hours, got the city's approval, half an hour in front and a half hour behind just to keep up because we were pulling some major boulders out of some of the utility corridors. And we communicated that to the neighbors up there, and we haven't had, I don't believe, any complaints.
No, the biggest thing was just some of the excess gravel that's been out on the road for those that were bikers. And we've done our best to try and clean that up.
But I saw the backhoe, one of the dump trucks, something moving on Saturday when I was up for the picnic.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, they are working Saturdays. So, and those are certainly different work hours as well. They start later in the day for those.
Yeah, this was midday when I saw them.
Yeah. This is an electrical, some work. The top picture was pre the CT cabinet being put in for all the disconnect. This changeover took place, was it yesterday? I believe the electrical, or day before yesterday. So there's two major disruptions to the HHS building. One was the electrical side of this thing, and then the other was that we had to shut off the water because of a switchover. And both of those, we survived it. It wasn't without our difficulties. Whenever we came back after this electrical was installed, the three-phase got hooked up backwards and created some challenges within the building. I didn't destroy anything, but everything ran backwards for a while. So little hiccup, we got through that. But I think we're done now with our major disruptions for what that HHS building's going to see.
Beautiful day in that picture.
Isn't that pretty? Yeah. You can see the fall. That just was
Yeah.
taken, I believe, on Monday. So again, comparison pictures a week before and then this week. The drain line, the storm drain that's in the corner there, it's down in the northeast corner of the parking lot, is installed. And there's a pointer on this, is there? On this machine?
If you use the pad,
Cursor.
it should.
Well, I touched it and it switched the slide, so I was a little. Anyways, in that bottom photo, where it makes an L shape, where that retaining wall makes an L shape, that's where that storm drain is located. So you can see that now that they've built a kind of a retaining wall there, and this runs along Loop Road, kind of where the temporary bus stop is located. So gives you an idea of some of the work that they're doing in that corner too.
Good, because there's a lot of
elevation
water
change.
there, so it's good you put in a storm drain.
Yeah, and that and it drains this way. It's now set up that the water coming off the parking lot will drain that way. This is a foundation that we've set up in the footings for the new storage and garbage location, trash enclosure. And so this will go down in the southeast corner of the parking lot. So it goes opposite of where we were just looking. So it'll be located a little further away. We've dealt with it with the staff. It is a little further to take the trash now, but it really was the only place we could fit this with the garbage trucks having to come in and back in and then being able to get the material out of there. The building structure will look similar to what the building style is on the ambulance facility as well. So it'll all blend really well. So on the horizon, we're going to continue to work on the underground utilities and then the concrete.
Oh.
But here's some key dates, and we had this on the last, whenever we do these presentations, is kind of show you these little key dates. So the one that we're sticking to right now, and we've got a small window, is this the 24th through the 26th on asphalt paving. And again, we've already got ourselves in line for the paving, but this is starting to push the back end of the hot mix. And so cooler temperatures, we really want to stick to this. We're hoping to open the parking lot on the 8th of October. This is one day off on the excavation for the building foundations. They're doing a little switch on kind of critical path, and so this is delayed one day, but we think it's actually going to get us out of the ground a little quicker. Our steel topping out, looks like we're planning on the 1st of January, and I guess my question would be, are you interested in doing another?
Yeah, beam.
Beam signing and kind of a little celebration, because we'd be happy to set that up.
I think we might have to do that. It's just another special building.
Might freeze.
Yeah, it'll be a little different here than we had.
Just don't lick the beam.
Yeah, no kidding. We're looking to dry the building in, as you can see on the 12th. Mechanical startups, final inspections, and building occupancy.
Where's the ribbon cutting? Remember, I really do, for the community up there, for those neighbors, I think we need to celebrate that construction is done.
Yes, we will. Between final inspections and that building occupancy,
Yeah.
we will certainly set up something
Yeah, I
for
think
you.
that's going to be important for those folks.
That'd be a great celebration.
George, did you have?
Oh, are you wait till it's done.
Budget is the only other thing. Do you want me to wait?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Then this is the last slide. Just so you've got an idea of the budget, the overall project is around $8.4 million. We have available funding of 8.5. Of that is 6.4 is the COP. And Tom Oken was here just, I believe, a week ago talking about that
He
issuance.
signed all the papers.
Yeah, saved us some money in the way that was issued. So you can see now that we are under budget. Good place to start. We also did some value engineering. Gabe was involved in working with the architect on doing some value engineering early on, because when we started, we were out of budget. It just, with the cost of construction and our anticipated numbers were just really high. So we had to go in and do some things, but it didn't compromise the operations at all. And I think we've got a really good, solid building. So gives you an idea of kind of what the budget is. So this will kind of be our update on a monthly basis.
Okay. Yeah, George.
So we spent most of a good part of today talking about ways to reduce our energy use and looking at opportunities. So, and tomorrow we have our second reading on the rent budget for CORE. So have you been working with CORE? Are you looking at opportunities between the builders and the architects and CORE to seeing how we can make this as efficient as possible, as well as looking at renewables or maybe opportunities for grants?
I'm glad you asked that, because we did get a grant. They came in and did our early assessment of our utility usage and made some recommendations to our architect that have been incorporated in this building. So now we have set it up to where we're going to see some of those savings back. So we were early on in that. We have also set this up in our construction side to where we can add the solar to the building at some point in the future. And our hope is that we would go after a grant and be able to add that. But we need to have a conversation with the community, because the concern of the reflection off of those for the neighbors in the area. And I think they're making them now so they don't reflect. And
Right.
but it's set up to be able to take on
Yes,
solar.
so I would pursue, continue those discussions with CORE, with their staff, to see what the options are, opportunities, impacts, and grant opportunities. I think, as we've heard, there's money to be spent on good projects, and this would certainly be a good one.
Great, thank you.
Certainly do so.
Yeah, it's a perfect spot for it.
It is.
Anybody else have questions?
I would just back up what George said. I think, getting the solar in early makes more sense than everyone relaxes, and then you come back with a new plan to change the building by adding solar. I'm just wondering, would it be easier to include it from the get-go?
Well, it's
We're
ready
past
to go.
the
It's just
get-go
adding
now.
We're past get-go.
Yeah. No, I think now's the time to start having that kind of a conversation and seeing where we're at in the budget, looking at grant opportunities with CORE. We're in line with all of them. I know that because we've already been receiving some of their initial assessments. So we're in the queue. It's just a matter of.
Great.
I think it'd be really important to reiterate what Rich said. We spent a lot of time with the community up there, and they had a lot of real concerns and energy, particularly on the roof line of the building, because of looking down on it, and that resulted in the utilities or the mechanical systems and such being primarily placed interior and wells and such. But I think with that direction, we'd want to bring back to you it's not only a budget issue. I think we need to reengage the community on that and make sure you understand their concerns.
Yeah, but the other thing is just if there's any value added now before you actually start building, working with the architects and builders again in terms of making this as tight, as energy efficient as possible internally, without even thinking about the renewables. So if you could push that up another 10, 15%, we should look at that.
And so we certainly recognize that through the process and working with the builder, the architect, and really looking at different material types for the roof especially, for the walls, and really looking at those, every bit of efficiency that we can get out of it. And then as Rich said, with the solar, we've thought about that in the past. Our mechanical rooms are the right size for the equipment when we're ready for it. The roof will be structurally able to handle those panels when we're ready for them. So I think that I don't think we've missed the get-go,
Okay,
right?
okay.
But I do think that it's probably a discussion that we'll continue to have as we move forward.
All right, great.
I think regarding solar panels, I think it would be great to ask CORE to set up a display somewhere so people can get an idea about reflection off solar panels, because it's a recurring topic that comes up again and again, and why not, let's put one out and put it on an articulating thing, in some public place, and say this is a demonstration, so people can really look at it and see what a solar panel looks like these days.
It may not even need to be a solar panel. I mean, there's roofing tiles that
You're right.
Sure.
that have the capability of generating the same energy as a panel. So a lot of new technology.
I just want to make sure the buses can fit in the barn at the end of the day. I don't want any antennas having to get whacked every time they go in there.
I think every day I look at those plans and make sure the
I
height
know,
is
make sure the new buses are
If you
coming.
really want to make this building efficient, just seal the ambulances inside.
There you go. We won't even need them anymore. Yep.
All right, anything else, gentlemen?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks for
Thanks a
braving
lot.
the bridge and coming in to see us.
Happy
Now
to
you
do
get to brave it going out.
Looking forward to
I did
seeing
that
it.
The out
yesterday.
looked a little bit easier.
I did that yesterday at 4:30, and it wasn't bad.
Good.
Bad.
I'll hold you
All
to
right,
it.
anything else? John, you're good? Everybody else is good? So tomorrow, noontime,
What was this thing all about?
Tom Marshall brought that over for us.
Why?
I think it's related to the growth discussions we were having earlier today, and perhaps seeing that there.
I think he had this in the works, but I'm going to call him and ask if he has submitted that to the city of Aspen.
I didn't see what you held up.
Oh, I'll have to read it, yeah.
It's a magazine article related to limiting number of tourists before you kill the golden goose in Europe,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Grassroots, are we done?
I was just I should report, if I
Yes.
could, an open discussion. We closed
back
open
to
discussion.
Well, we're actually closing the meeting, and you've had every chance, but
I
what?
just wanted to say the first use, if I didn't say it already, the first use of the room last night for the Mine Springs Health meeting went incredibly well. We had 18 or 19 people around the table. We had school principals, psychologists, administrators, a lot of nonprofit people, and it was very productive, and we can look forward to seeing a resiliency program for kids expanding in the community here.
Great.
I think everybody left very excited. It was very satisfying, but the room worked great.
Great. Well, it's been used by a lot. I know that the housing board used it the other night. So, yeah, they came in and go, wow, we need this room. So the building is beautiful. We love it.
Yep.
All right, Grassroots, we'll see you tomorrow. Yes?
Thanks so much.
We are here tomorrow at noon.